Okay, there's Sloth, Art, Scrimpin. Good to see you guys. Happy Monday. Does anyone even say that? Nice, there's Cattle. Hey there, Cattle. Welcome, welcome. I hope you guys are all having a lovely Monday. The only happy Mondays I have is the ones where I'm off work. I hear you there. But hopefully, we can make it a little bit better. Well, it's going alright. I actually went to sleep at a reasonable time last night, but so much twisting and turning. I'm just like, you know, the meme of Furin being in all these weird positions in the bed or off the bed. It was okay. It's gonna get hot today though. But, you know, by the time I go to bed, it should be fine again. Although it looks like the prediction amount is lower than it was yesterday. It says 77 on my phone. It was like 80, projected 80 yesterday. So that's not too bad. I definitely can't complain. Here, we'll don our glow, shall we? I almost wonder if I should just do some chatting streams sometime. Chatting and some light YouTubing. But today we have Star Citizen. And if you haven't gotten them, the drops are still happening. Such good music. I could just dance to this all day. And even when we watched and learned about the big cruise liner that basically sunk, that was crazy. It was called the Costa Concordia or something like that. That was pretty interesting. But in any case, you guys are here for some Star Citizen. Let's get that going. Like, I just assume that most people have just seen all of his videos. But if you guys haven't, then we could watch some together. He's done a lot of great ones. I wish he'd make more, but he's just probably so wealthy now that, you know, the motivation is down. Just put out a couple a year and you're done. Okay, good to know, Sloth. What I didn't know is that there was an update. And hopefully that goes by quickly. Well, that was pretty fast. Although it's not done? Question mark? Oh well, we're downloading pretty fast. So... Damn it, very well. Now's a good time to do it. So, now's also a good time to mention. It looks like my phone's actually gonna come on Wednesday. So, what does that mean? It means that I'm probably gonna take off Wednesday and not take off Friday. That talk is going to be busy on Friday, at least for most of it. So that kind of frees up Friday to do whatever we want to do. Now we might just power through Final Fantasy 6, but I'm feeling like we'll do like a one-off for Friday. But like we might play that Everspace 2. Everspace 1 was fun, but I kind of prefer Everspace 2, and I want you guys to see why. Without having to play the whole game. So, we might do something like that, and then hook up with Taco near the end of the night when he's done. Yeah, it's a fun one. Okay, it's done, but time to get high, so... Cheers, everyone. Okay, sorry. I just had the cough. Which I beat myself for. Now's a good time to do a little reminder. There's some old information going around, which is no longer true. It hasn't been true for like 2 years now. Which is that people say, oh, you need to go delete your shaders. That's not true at all. Every single time that they put out any patch, any update whatsoever, your game actually rebuilds all of the shaders in a new folder. Okay? So, if you guys have ever been told to go delete your shaders, you can ignore that. And even better is you should tell the person that told you to their face that they're wrong. This has been this way for like I said, like a couple of years, but they sort of recently this year added this message down here so that I guess people are more aware of what's going on. But yeah, you really don't need to mess with it. Your system or your game automatically rebuilds them fresh every single time. There's no need to even think about it. So I'm just gonna do some solo missions today. I think we're gonna focus on the whatchamacallums. The new missions that they just added with this patch. By the way, I was looking into the updated Siege of Orson. Okay? With the, now they're gonna have, like, their own instances. Well, hopefully this changes, but they've set it so that it's a 4-person mission now. Like, you cannot go into Siege of Orson with more than 4 people. Like I say, I hope they fix that or change that, but that is currently how it's being designed. Which is really annoying. So we're gonna have to figure out when that comes out. Who gets the privilege of doing it first? Also, it's apparently supposed to stick around. Like forever, just like the ASD facility missions. Oh yeah, also we have a crime stat. It's level 4. I know, I'm still center, yeah, thank you, Sloth. When did I get a crime stat? So at the end of the last one, we were doing a mission at a bunker, and then I accidentally winged somebody. And it was the end of the stream, so I decided to send everyone away. And then I went on a rampage and murdered every single one of those 4 security officers. To teach them a lesson. How dare you give me a crime stat? That'll teach you. So, I'm thinking that I should, because there's some bugs right now with prison and getting your year back. So, what I'm thinking is that wasn't there a move all then? Whatever. So I was thinking, I'll dump off all my stuff here. All my clothing and everything. Getting a new set of armor and weapon. Try to SPK my crime stat away. If I don't succeed, then I don't lose anything. But if I do succeed, then we can just come back and get my stuff. Easy peasy. Okay.
Ooh, piece of candy.
And thank you for the follow there. Refuge Pandoli? Pandali? God, some of these names are hard for me to figure out. I apologize if I messed it up. Oh, I'm just being so button. Just for the pets. I'm still not being a dragon. It messes up the local. And my own. And there we go. Alright, there we go. Fully fresh. Okay, we might try a prison escape today. If we get unlucky. I'm really hoping that we'll just get lucky. Should I just wear one of these? No, I can just wear one of these. Then again, I'll be better if I don't. Okay. And then my helmet. Well, we have the crime stat cattle. That I forgot about from last stream. And we're going to try to hack away our crime stat. And let's go. Shots. So good bench. And because there's certain bugs right now, we're gonna go into the area with some fresh weapons and fresh equipment, just in case we do get arrested. I don't want to have any of my good stuff deleted. Okay, so this holds 18 shots. Let's try this one.
Back from the dead.
Tattle, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy the awesome emotes that I've Tyrion for us. I weave ammo. Shotgun, it's the this one. Let's hope I don't need more than 21 clips. I feel like that's enough. But, you know, you can at least enjoy our awesome emotes here that I've worked really hard to fight with Twitch to get. So those are all yours now. Okay, oh yeah, we need to get a clip. And we need a chip. I'll do it too, just to be safe. God, how are we gonna be able to make it? Last time I was so embarrassed. I was trying to get on my stupid hoverbike and it just wasn't working. And so this person in a war was able to shoot me. Pretty annoying. But it was Star Citizen's fault, really. Okay, well, that should be enough. Although we are actually already hungry and thirsty. Oh. There's a hospital here, right? Does Grimax have a hospital? Actually, I don't know that they do. Upstairs by the hangars? Okay, let's take a look. Oh, that's right, up there. I forgot about that. I can picture it now. Anyway, how's your day doing, Happy Cattle? You have any good Monday? Despite it being Monday? Well, let's just get a bed where I can just lay down. Floor 4, room 4. Kind of easy to remember. Ordered a webcam. Awesome. I use a webcam called the Logitech Brio. I think that's the one I'm using. I'd probably have it listed in my gear specs down below. But the best thing you can do is give yourself some decent lighting. The better the lighting in your space, the more like high quality the video can be. It's like with any digital camera. I don't know if you guys know, but the darker an image is, the more grainy your picture gets because the sensor has to get more sensitive. Then it gets more errors. So the best pictures are taken in good light so that your picture sensor can take the good pictures. Anyway, welcome Iron Fan. Love the name. Alright, when you feel like small and fast. Either that, or we could do my 400 ice strategy with the hover bike. Hover bike might be a better idea. Hold on. Well, I guess it's instant. So I want that, and I want my Swamp Forest.
Back from the dead.
Thank you so much to Gunner. To Gun Runner. Ooh, nice. To Gun Runner. Nice. I like the name. Anyway, enjoy your bandit cube. Okay, I'm thinking you pull up X1 now and then fly it out and then grab. Like there's a thing, I don't know if it's still happening, but there's a thing where like when I pull out the ship, it like removes any other little vehicles in my hangar. I don't know if that's still happening, but I think it is. That's interesting. They added a menu system to here. That's new. So if I fly this out, and then I can grab it after I fly out with the 400. Okay, now we just park this to the side. Hopefully nobody notices it. Actually, you know what? Let's actually, so we can get back inside easily, let's just go park it over by the other area. The Grim Hex used to be really confusing to me, but one way to just sort of understand it or think or try to navigate it is think of this as like one big like ring here. Like if you look at the other sides have like nothing on them, and you can get lost. But once you find like, oh shit, somebody running into me? The heck? Why the hell did you ram me? Is that guy trying to kill me? He damaged my stabilizers. He's trying to kill me, isn't he? Well, we don't want that. Fucking jerk. Gotta move so slowly in space. Why am I moving so slow? He blown up. Does he not see me? Yeah, stick to the shadows. Well, actually, we should get over this range. Yeah, he might have my bounty. Not what I want. Shooting at me? Oh, he's shooting at that ship. Darn it, I'm supposed to be almost undetectable with that. Except I think he was probably waiting for me here. I'm probably have to jump servers. I should probably just do him now. We'll put me back in the station anyway. New server, new chance. Also, I guess it's probably worth bringing a multi-tool. Just so I can move faster in space, because that was horribly slow. I didn't realize they had slowed it down that much. I mean, probably good that they did, but I just didn't realize it. Okay. Attempt number 2. Wait, we want... I'll take my multi-tool. We'll try to pull it out and save it in the hangar.
Ooh, piece of candy.
If I can just keep it in the hangar, then I could put it on the 400 I safely. And thanks for the follow there, 2-Gun Runner. I hope you're having a good Monday and I hope you're enjoying. So far so good, that's good to hear. Last Monday I was so tired. I just was not ready for Monday. And 4 here. That's a good question. Even today, I didn't quite feel ready. But either way, Monday comes, and we have to face the challenge. Hello, Tigress.
Oh, shit.
Welcome.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. Another Monday, another week. see if this is safe here or not. I hope so. And we want the... Oh... What in my origin form did I go? Oh, it's because of the hanger size. Crap. Yeah. Okay, alright, we're gonna go back to original plan A. Plan A was to park this on the pads at Grim Hex here and then put it on. So hopefully that's still a possibility. We'll find out very shortly if somebody's waiting for us or not. Let us hope they aren't. Looks like somebody's on their way to Grim Hex, but not for me. Oh shit, turrets are firing at me? That's new. I don't remember seeing that. Unless they're not firing at me? Oh, they're firing at somebody. Hopefully nobody's gonna touch my hover bike. I couldn't tell what it was. All I could tell is that it was far away and wasn't being affected too badly. Okay, so the plan is I'm gonna get to like SPK. I'm gonna put this not on the hover bike parking, but on the cargo storage, so that it's easier and quicker to get on and off real fast. We're gonna fly off from the edge of SPK. SPK. Wait a minute. Okay. And then by flying in with the hover bike, we shouldn't be detectable by generally players or the station defenses. And then we can sneak aboard and then quickly hack the crime set away. So that's the plan. Will they succeed? I don't know. We might be doing a prison escape later. So we're gonna store the hover bike back here. I love this ship. The 400i is such a good, reliable ship. Especially if we're trying to survive. I think we're clean. And we'll have our bike down there. Oh shit. I'm putting to work. Get back in, get back in, get back in. Come on, come on. What? Other guns down here too? What? Damn it. I'm gonna get in a position where they can't shoot me. This is not going well. I don't think they're gonna send me to Grim Hacks because, or I mean to Clasher, because this is Grim Hacks, but this is not the best looking situation. Damn, why are they firing me? I thought they'd be friendly, because, you know, pirate port and all that. Nope, nope, don't crash. Crash. Okay, we made it in, but wait, somebody's firing in here? The hell? Is that somebody's ship in here? The hell? The hell was that? The hell is their ship doing in here? Are they eject? Are they stemming around down here? Has anyone seen it happen before? It's not an NPC ship, is it? New plan. We need a new plan. A new plan is to fly to SPK Direct. Hey there, Cryogenesis. Yeah, screw it, we'll just go straight there. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Again, it should work. This should work. We just gotta go. We can't wait around. As sad as that is. Unless, is there a mining facility down here that we can stop at? Nope, not there. Come on. Let's see if we go to Hammond Myers. There should be a spot where we can maybe grab the hover bike. I still think the hover bike is the best strategy. It's a little bit difficult if we're being chased, because we have very limited time to get into it and fly away from the ship, but it should be okay. Hoping this place has a special parking spot and all that. Oh wait, we're going way too fast. Nope, come on. Okay, that was all me. Because it was dark, I couldn't see. Anyway, it's okay, we're back at Grimhex. Nothing bad has happened. We can still make our attempt. Instead of the 400i, we'll go with the 125. I tried to turn it on, it does not. All the ships should have night vision by now. I don't know why CIG is dragging their heels on that. But no, I tried it, it didn't work. That's why I was doing the tabs. Darn it. Okay, looks like we got to keep all of our equipment. Oh yeah, of course we do. Just not what's in our inventory. Which was just an extra ammo. Okay, that's easy, that's easy. Oh yeah, the tire spawn. Yeah. So I'm gonna get that, and then get a little bit extra ammo just in case. And then, away we go. What the hell with that? Dang. Yeah, just a couple items. And then we'll try again. Okay, I've got 2 of those. We put them in the inventory. But then we'll check the ammo first. You want to taxi me down? Well, it's actually not down. I'm going to SPK, and SPK, it's not legal for people to approach it. Generally speaking. So I wouldn't want to get you a crime stat either. And Cryo, it will be getting around to all of them. They have made that promise. So it's not a military reserve thing, but for whatever reason, they have to do like, you know, some special effort and work to like make it just right for each ship. And so that's why they're not doing them all instantly, but by now they should have gotten to them. I feel like, you know, we're just getting excuses at this point. I know it's too much to ask, but I would love to get thermal vision as well. Okay. That should be it. Now, if we take a small ship, the best thing we can do is hope to quickly sneak into a position where the turrets can't hit us. So we have to be very bold. Fast and bold. The thing is that it has to be built from the start. Otherwise it becomes too tedious to add like heat information to everything. So what happens is in games, let's take Grand Theft Auto Online for example. They added thermal vision to that game, but if you look closely, there's many things that should register as hot that do not. Why? Because they didn't want to go through the entire game and mark up every little thing. But it's not a big deal if you're doing it from the beginning. Right? So, unless they've put in the effort already, they probably won't do it because it will be unsatisfactory. But if they have been putting in the information from the beginning, then it could be incredible someday. Yeah, I'm not gonna be using weapons, but we definitely want max shields. The station you went shooting at me this time? And you were like seeing... Okay, this is boding well. And good luck with that swap. Alright, it's time to face our destiny. Can we do a chat? Can we safely arrive in SPK? So we're gonna want to hug the station. And hide right underneath one of these platforms. Okay, looks like the detection rating on this ship is pretty low. So we managed to sneak in here pretty well. So far, so good. All right. You've never done this bit? I remember doing this way back in the day. Back in 2020. And my first time was completely alone and completely scary. I actually spotted 2 different people. One person I killed. Another person... Why am I stuck here? hate that move. There we go. And one person I saw was like in the upstairs area. And they were like looking down, like sneaking around like a post or whatever. Are you still alive? Okay, I was scary as hell. And it's even still now very scary because with all the NPCs around, you know. I'll see if it's really player. Man, this has begun. We're hacking through. There used to be a bunch of different hacking chips. Some of them had different reliability and different speed. And by reliability, I mean there's always a chance where you have to like hit a button here. Like right now. But now, currently, there's only one form of hacking chip. Until they rebalance things. Okay, so the first step is to hack through the system, which is what we're doing. And the second step is to actually remove the crime. Or I should say crimes. Where it'll be a whole bunch of crimes. We're just lucky that it looks like somebody came here before and killed the NPCs. Dismiss diplomatic immunity. Doesn't matter what reason you choose, but I always choose diplomatic immunity. Just to feel special. Damn it, why is it not working? Come on, computer system. You need to be faster than this. Come on, come on.
Not to worry. I have a permit.
This
Why is
just
it taking
says
so long,
I
chat?
can do what I want.
Yes, let me push the buttons. Why do the buttons no push? Hey, come on, come on, come on, come on. I don't care what the reason is now. Let's just get it done. Come on. I'm clicking wildly. Quick, 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 quick. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, your homicide. Those are the real ones. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm clicking them. This is being slow. Come on. I'm moving around erratically because you never know when somebody might show up and try to aim a shot at you. The thing you can do is not stay still. And the best thing this thing could do is actually work. Although it looks like it's actually removing him. No, I can't see anything. Hope it's actually working. Come on, come on, come on. I'm hoping my mask clicking has just fixed it. Yeah, that it? Yeah, crime said 0. We did it. I've already been looted.
King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
Alright, well, we did it. Now we can get out of here safely. Great success. And that is how you clear your crime stat. Now oftentimes there's a lot of NPCs there, and you have to kill a lot of people first. That's the only other wrinkle that can happen. Non-players. Avoid the weapons fire on the station, because this thing does not have very strong shields. And we made it! Thank you for you! A well-deserved damp hit while we fly back to Grim Hex. We just got away with murder. Time to celebrate. Time to get high. Dude, looks like we're gonna be doing a double dab. I'm currently warming it up. Alright. And our hover bike is probably still here, right? Not really needed now, but... You have couches now. And where? In reality? In Shy Citizen? Awesome, awesome, awesome. I had a couch. And then an ex-roommate stole it. Anyway. Well, on that note, Time to get high. Cheers, everyone. This was years ago, and they also stole my computer. And my monitor and all that. I'm really pissed, but they stole a heavy silk cloak that was custom made for me. Oh yeah. This will give you a real understanding of just what kind of character we're dealing with, but they were sort of punkish. They fancied themselves a DJ. So they called themselves DJ Slayer X. Yeah, real asshole. I had, it was like an emergency. I had, flown back home because my mother was in the hospital and possibly could die. And then they took it as an opportunity to steal my stuff and then move out. It's just like the dumb name that any edgy, like, little boy comes up with, like, right away. And then anyone with at least a little bit of intelligence then from there comes up with something more unique. Not this person. Okay. So we're done with all this outfit. Let's swap back to our fancy clothes. Whatever. Why am I backpack? Not loading. Like, they just may have duplicated my weapons. Oh well. I mean, it may or may not even be real. In this game, you never know. Why is it not wanting to let me transfer my items?
Ooh, piece of candy.
Thanks for the follow there, Faction X Gaming. But yeah, the thing I'm most sure about is the silk cloak. It was made by a friend of mine, who had it made in China by like a master expert who was just retiring. So there's no way I can get like a replacement of that. And it was heavy silk. It was beautiful. It was amazing. Reversible. And now they're moving over. The game just needs patience, you know? Vamos. Whatever. Rest in the second pump will just leave here. Yeah, this is fun. Alright, channel. You enjoying, and we'll catch you later. Wait, I guess I can just fly this one. Although we need to... I believe all the missions that I wanted to try today are all in Nyx. Yeah, there's real scummy people out there. Bring a repair tool. Oh shit. Well, I can just go buy one over there. Right? I sell repair tools over there, I imagine. Also, I'm planning to stop by Microtech to switch the ships, so we can grab one in Microtech potentially. Still, the 125 series. I feel like people don't see these very often. I mean, generally, I'm the only one I know who uses them. But you see this version, the 125A, has these cool cutouts on top. Very fancy. You love it for the character? Does it fit very well? I thought it only like very barely fits in there. Sloth says I've used the Wonder Eye as a shuttle from time to time. Yeah, that's really that's all it's really good for. It's a shuttle, you know? But it's a shuttle with awesome fuel efficiency. The 85X would fit better on there. There's no way that this fits on the Carrack with room for another ship. The Carrack's shuttle bay is like super tiny. It only fits like one Pisces. Snubs? Oh well, I used to don't really consider those. But I like that it has, I like to do like a Pisces, like a CX, C8X. I carry one for the Polaris whenever I can. I feel like it just makes sense that for your large ship that you have like a little shuttlecraft. You know, classic Star Trek style. Gliding through hyperspace. But even this ship is sort of unfinished. There's like a bed back here, which you're supposed to be able to push a button to put it away. And they just never fixed it. They just never finished it. They just dropped the ball. So it does kind of bother me that there's a lot of areas in this game where you can look and be like, well, why didn't they do this? Why haven't they finished this? You know? And so yeah, I get it. Priorities. But at the same time, like, you should finish a project at a time, not leave things half finished. So I get it and I don't get it. Okay, we're almost there. Looks like we're at the last quarter of our leg. The last quarter leg of the travel. And at this point, I mean, I'm expecting we'll see Squadron 42 next year. I don't feel like we're gonna get it this year now. Nice, I'm glad you were able to finish it, Sloth. But yeah, sadly work needs ya. Work calls. It's a shame that you don't do a job where you can watch at the same time, but That is reality. New babushka. New babouche. Yeah. How big microtech is. There's so much of it that we don't get to use. Like in this whole area. Or this one. Or that 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 one. How about this one? How about this one down here? How about this whole section? None. Zero. We can have fancy skyrise apartments by now. You want to talk about making money and FOMO sales? They could sell not only the apartment, but all the cool things that go into it. Especially if they're going to be rare items down the road. People would jump at the opportunity. I feel like they're just like leaving space as like, well, we don't know what we might do in the future. But then the future's gonna come and they'll have done nothing with the space. Mark my words. I would drift inside. I mean, of course they could. Well, like, they better. It's what's expected. Okay. We'll send this one away. And it's not great for long distance work. I'm taking the 600i. And then we'll go get a repair tool and Nyx. Once we arrive. Let's see, Sloth says, what I want though is an arena for those Nerf guns. We have the go-kart ring, which was not working last time I tried it. Why not a Nerf war zone? Makes sense. So, there's a group of British YouTubers I watch sometimes called Have Films. It's 3 guys. And, they were playing this farming sim game. It was not like super technical. And he ended up, making like sort of their house, and I don't know how it originally started, but somebody would shout kill house, and they would start trying to kill each other. And it was like, they built like a house specifically for murdering each other or people. Or people, you know? Kill house. So yeah, we need like a Nerf kill house. Hey there, Echo. Welcome, welcome. You know what? Top deck? I was just thinking. The top deck. That could be like a fancy, like, bar and restaurant. The top deck. It sounds like fancy. It sounds like, you know, higher class. Because it's on top, you know? And then especially if you had some like nice like upper like windows out into space. That'd be amazing. Giant bouncy castle to live in? Could you imagine a whole house that's made of that? I mean, ignore the fact that it wouldn't be structurally stable. Imagine if it was somehow. Wouldn't that be incredible? So here's our 600i. Mine is named. As you can see, it's called Volumina. Hudzy Echo says, I'm sure you could make some kind of structure that could support interior amenities but still have floors and walls that are bouncy. I'm thinking, so long as like, what you could do is like all of the support, you could even have like a second floor, but like the roof from the point of view of like the first floor, like the ceiling would be solid, but then on top of the ceiling is the second story floor, which is bouncy again. Well, until then, you can just enjoy my bounces.
Shake it, baby.
And Sloth says I'd want at least one room or two that are bouncy. No, the whole house is bouncy. We bouncing our way through the stars. Exactly. Whole house? Or bust? I know you meant a different bust, but... too bad. Yep. It's long. God, I can't wait for the 600i rework. It's gonna be so nice. Oh my god. Storage, the medical, the weapon rack systems. And then also the touring model is gonna be amazing. They gotta stop dragging their feet on it. And yes, I love Origin chips. I'm an Origin flyer. I have a lot of the Origin chips. I no longer have this 300 series. So I don't have a 300 series. And I don't have the 7... or a 890. Yeah, 325 was my first ship. So Akko, when I first started, this was back in 2020. Before I even got into the game, I CCU'd my ship into a 325A because I just knew that I had to fly that kind of style. You know what I mean? But when I started the game, there was a bug where, if you ejected out of certain ships, then even if you reclaim a ship, the chair wouldn't come back. And the 300 series was one of them. So I accidentally ejected because at that time it was an easy button push to eject. And then I reclaimed my ship and I couldn't fly because the chair was gone. So I literally had to reset my account on the website on my very first day of playing. But here we are, we haven't left. Yep. You just gotta take the bugs in stride, you know? I do see 300 series around, actually. I do see them. My problem with the 300 is in how they built the ship in such that basically if you lose a wing, you lose your retro thruster. Especially both wings, you'd have literally no way to stop other than turning the ship all the way around, which is a bad design. And then also, we used to be able to control like individual thruster power, and now we can't. So if you do lose a wing, and you do want to try to like control the ship, you can't just manually control those thrusters and turn them down, which is bad. They need to return that kind of level of control to us. That being said, I do think it is a nice fun ship to fly. Good size. It's had the weapon racks. You can feel a little bit cozy in there, although it feels a little bit tight. And I also love the metallic, like blue paint job for it. And then also the metallic black I would also use. I used to have two 300 series. My 325, which I built with a scattergun layout actually. And then I had a 315p to do like, you know, the illegal stuff. And that one was all black. You know? But I never really got into the drug trade. And I don't really know where to buy him offload drugs these days. Ever since they added the new cargo system where you have to manually move cargo. Hey there, the wizard in my bushes.
Ooh, piece of candy.
But yeah, I used to do a scattergun layout, which is pretty interesting. And hey there, let me try to pronounce your name. Nazarok? Welcome. Mizrock? Hopefully I got it right. You can get size 5 distortion scatters. I mean, how many ships can hold a size 5 though? I mean, obviously the N80 can, but you know, the 300 series, it's gonna have smaller ones. Anyway, I thought I said it that way. Mizra. I don't know. This is a great ship. When I first started playing the game, I thought, okay, 600i, I'm never gonna need a better ship than this. And for going solo, that's still true. Especially when the rework comes out. Oh yeah, there is, absolutely. A rework for the exploration version and the touring model. They're both getting reworked. This one, the exploration model, which is the one I own, its cargo elevator and whatnot is gonna be set up to be able to take on the size of a tank. So it's gonna be able to hold the whole tank. It's gonna have tier 2 medical beds, a proper armory, a proper cargo storage room, and then the sort of top of the ship is gonna be 4 different beds for the crew, and the captain's quarters are staying the same. Alright, we can't dab hit very well. Let me warm it up. I'm kind of worried that earlier I only did 1 out of my 2. I might have to take 2 right now. Let's just do it just to be sure. I'm surprised that it would fit in this one. I'm not sure that Ben, you're correct on that. Currently, this this doesn't have a hangar. It has just a little cargo elevator. I'm pretty sure it does not hold a guardian. You might be thinking, I would be thinking of the Polaris. Or the 780, or I'm sorry, the 890. Yeah, there's no way it would fit a Guardian, but you can fit a Guardian in the Polaris. If you're looking for a ship for a Guardian. Jab is ready, but obviously we're going through a wormhole. Priorities again. We need front hanger. The 600i doesn't have a front hanger. You must be thinking of the 890. Yeah, the 890, exactly. Yeah, you're not thinking of the 600i.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Anyway, I don't favor the MX. I have a Guardian T. I feel like that's the sweet spot. Anyway, time to get high. cheers everyone, and also thank you Spartacus for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't know the 890. But I do own the Polaris. We fly very often here. I mean, that assumes, first of all, the MX, of course, is heavier, and of course, it has heavier guns. So, I mean, that's what goes without saying. But the thing is that it's a lot more sluggish. A lot more sluggish. You would have trouble hitting anything that's more moveable. So, generally, most people who do, like, you know, serious dogfighting generally kind of avoid that ship. Yeah, see, we have plenty of fuel right now. Let's go to Levski and get that repair tool. But yeah, it's not the first time the C-788s are powerful. So they fire an explosive shot. So back in the day, they were very much OP because the shots would basically damage the components inside of the ship. Hey Tigers, we actually used to do movie nights every Saturday. I would do a movie night, or even just like actually TV show. Like we watched all of Deep Space Nine, doing regular Saturday sort of movie nights, and then we did a bunch of major movies for the last one we did. So, I mean, I'm open to maybe redoing that someday. There's a lot of great stuff to share with you guys. And, thank you, Sloth. I hear you. We'll see you in the bottom. I hope you have a lovely day at work, even though I know it'll be annoying, but I just hope for the best. Let's aim for the spot right there. We should be okay to come in pretty fast. Have you gotten on the Warframe train? So I never played Destiny. It didn't really appeal to me from what I saw. So it hasn't really been on my mind to like find a replacement to it. Although, I mean, I've heard a lot of good things about Warframe, but I've yet to actually play it and try didn't. I do love MMOs though, and it's basically an MMO, right? Here we are in Nevsky. With the scene. I think that's an overreaction. I think that's an extreme overreaction. Because, it is already a very maneuverable ship. You shouldn't be relying too heavily on these shields. And in my experience, while like a little bit of damage might hit the weapons because of the shield bubble, and you might take a little bit of damage from ballistics, like usually you clean up the fight and then you can go and get repaired. You know, it's usually not anything worse than that. It's still an extremely effective, dangerous, powerful package and a very fast maneuverable frame. And I've flown with this patch. That's been great to use. I mean, yes, it's not perfect because of the bugs, but perfection as an illusion. Instead of suffering over the fact that it's not perfect, you should enjoy what's actually there. But take it from me, it is still plenty enjoyable. It does not lose against all other fighters. That's, again, an exaggeration. It might lose against medium and light fighters, but it's more maneuverable than any other heavy fighter, generally. Or at least the majority of them. Hold on one second, getting a call. Anyway, sorry about that. Let's get out of here. So we need a repair tool because one of these new missions requires it. I want to try these ones, the Battaglia. And like one of these, we need to go in there and repair it. Anyway, hey there, Black Riot. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're a good fan of Star Citizen. But yeah, with a ship that's higher maneuverability, like the M80, you shouldn't just be, like, front-to-front jousting. You should be outmaneuvering your opponent and not letting them get a beat on you. You should be getting in close, not just like, you know, if you need to, because their shields are down, you can zoom away. But then you zoom up close and then you maneuver around it. You don't just go and do jousting. Jousting is what people tend to automatically do when they haven't sort of like learned how to properly fight. But to properly fight, you really should be getting close and finding and making holes and advantages, and taking them out. And then, especially if you put ballistics on it, like the two size 5 ballistics, those things go through every armor in the game, including like the Polaris. You use that on a fighter, that thing is devastating. It has some of the most devastating damage you can find in the game, especially on a fighter. The M80 is quite powerful. But yes, if you're doing PvP fighting, then you generally don't want a heavy fighter at all. The heavy fighters are all gonna be danced around by faster, more maneuverable ships. So anybody who's doing professional dogfighting, and PvPing, whatever, they're not using any heavy fighters generally. Yeah, I'll store it. It's just kind of unfortunate in my mind what they've done with the armor situation, where there's so many ships that are just, so many fighters that are just ineffective against anything except other fighters. That's kind of a problem. So the whole dogfighting gameplay situation is a little bit of a mess right now. So I'm not really concerning myself with it too much. But yeah, you mentioned the Stinger. Nobody is flying a Stinger. Not if you're trying to actually fight against real people. You know? Exactly. So, but don't worry. CIG understands this. They implement something, they test it, they see what's happening, and then they make some adjustments, or they come at it from a different direction. They've been doing that for years, and they haven't stopped. So don't worry. They understand what's going on. They realize it's not perfect. And, they're figuring it out. That much you can be certain on. Exactly, and I don't, yeah, Maelstrom, like, we've been talking about that for, I mean, longer than I've been in the game. People have been talking about that for like 10 years. You know? Will it be in 1.0? I don't know. They might end up releasing a 1.0 that's not as full of the features we expect. And so it might not even be 1.0. At this point, nothing is certain with regards to when anything's gonna come out. You know, there's the desire for them to pull it out at 1.0. That much is guaranteed. They want it to have to. They want it to be there. But whether or not it's gonna make it, that much is unfortunately really in the air. So we need a repair thingy. I might be in the wrong place for it. I mean, that's sort of a step too far. I mean, whether or not it is 1.0, it has already released in some state. If somebody asked me, is Star Citizen released? I would say yes. It's released in beta. Or alpha. And this is definitely a release of the game. So I wouldn't be that harsh. You know, I feel like that's a little bit mean to CIG. Here we go, here we go. So we want one of these, I guess? I see.
You know you're basically robbing me at this price. It's so low. It's a deal's a deal.
I don't know how much of these I need. I have to.
Sure, quality interests you in anything else? Passing on the deal of the century.
Maybe we should have just gotten the little attachment. Whatever. See, worst case scenario, people just mine everything and fire up private servers. I mean, the game was originally meant to be on private servers. Did you know that? Surprise, surprise. The game was meant to be available to be run on private servers. And they, I don't know if they removed it now, but they, for years and years and years, have had a product on the website which is supposed to be a future guide on how to modify the game. However, I think the game has moved so far from that vision that it's no longer a reality. I mean, I feel like that's kind of messed up though, Wizard. If you back the game, you're saying, hey, I'm intending to help support this project. Here's my money, and then I'll take a little reward as my thank you. And it's turned into something where people, you know, are only spending because of what they get rather than spending because they're funding a project. This is, after all, a Kickstarter project. That's pretty cool looking armor. Yeah, mine doesn't glow. The mine is made of carbon fiber. And actually it looks very similar to the armor from Mass Effect. So, you want to look like Shepard or you want to glow? Also, if somebody sees you glowing, I mean, you're kind of giving away your position, right? I'm not sure where it's from. It's probably, if I had to guess, a Wicklow set. A lot of the nice glowy stuff comes from Wicklow. I mean, and you don't mean redacted, that's the wrong term. But yeah, you mean for their unfulfilled promises and yada yada. But I mean, it is, again, a work fixed on your project, a community project that way. So, and you're making a donation, that's what they are. Alright, hold on one second. Okay, my cat, I left him in my room in kitty jail. I need to let him out. So I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Literally 2 seconds. In the back. Literally 2 seconds. Okay, so let's go get our shit and let's try out these new missions. They might have been able to get them to be defined in a courtroom as that. But that's not actually what they are. When you back something on Kickstarter, you recognize that the project might not even come to fruition. Either way, you're still pledging the money to them for them to try to make the project. Right? That's how it works. And anyway, I don't remember ever being charged any tax for any Kickstarter or anything. Or for any ships on Star Citizen's website. I don't think I've ever seen tax on there. I'll have to double check in a minute. I'll do a mock little purchase just to see. But I'll try to look at my my information. Yeah, so that's only because those countries are enforcing something. But that's not how it's meant to be. It's not meant to be taxed because it's meant to be a donation. Just like how Kickstarter works. The Kickstarter, again, is something that exists in the United States. No? I don't think so, Derp. Let me double check, though. Let me see. Let me try to check my emails and see if I can find one of my recent purchases. But I'm happy. I mean, I'm not happy to be wrong, but if I'm wrong, then fine, so be it. But I'm pretty sure that we don't. See.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Nope. You did not. Nor do I see any tax on my. So I'm looking right now at an invoice email that of something I paid. This was June 16th. $95. I bought C8X to C1 Spirit upgrade, and then a pulse to C8X because I wanted to turn one of my pulses into a C8X, and then I wanted to turn my C8X into a C1 so that I could use some other whatchamacallums CCUs to turn it into a Reelin, and no tax. The total is exactly the total. And that's because they're actually pledges. And that's because it comes from Kickstarter. There is no tax. Literally, there isn't. So if you're getting taxed in another country, it's because your country has chosen to look at the way that Kickstarter works and pledging works and decided that they don't honor what that means and what that system is. But that does work in the United States, and that is exactly what's happening. So, sorry, Derp. Yeah, they are. Yes, they are, Wizard. And there is no guarantee that the item that you pledged for on Kickstarter will actually come out. Some projects don't make it, and you are not entitled to any kind of refund. That is how it works. Last time I checked, they had a Kickstarter page. Unless they recently got rid of it. No, here it is. Let's see, let me find. I'm trying to get to directly the thing because I'm currently looking at. Well, here, look. Let me just show you. your own stretch goals, all the digital add-ons that they had. This is at Kickstarter. You see this? This is all still there. So again, you're wrong, Wizard. It is a pledge. The website still exists on Kickstarter. In the United States, there's no tax on any of these items. So, whatever, but they were created in the United States. Now they own a building, of course, in the United Kingdom. But here in the United States, things are still the way that they have been. So, I'm sorry. And frankly, I could care less about what they decide to do in the EU. I'm an American. My laws that matter to me. So let's try this one. Since we got the repair tool, we might as well go and do the exciting one first. And then we'll try mining, I guess. Or finding the mining spots, I think it is. Look, Wizard, you might be new to the project, but many people have tried suing them, and the project is not gone. So I don't know what else to tell you. I think you might need to double check some of what you've been told. Right? Because somebody clearly told you that they don't have a Kickstarter page anymore. Otherwise, if you had checked, you would have seen that they do have one. So all I'm gonna say is, rather than telling me all this, you might look into it yourself personally, instead of just accepting what you've been told. Because there's a lot of false information that goes around about Star Citizen. There's a lot of people who are angry at the project and will say whatever to make it sound as bad as possible. And I'm just saying, clearly some of your information is not correct. Yes, and I'm glad that they changed the connection type. That has nothing to do with CIG in this case, in this particular situation.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Welcome, Dynamo. Welcome, welcome. I'm not too happy with Apple. Apple is a really evil company that really only thinks about themselves. And here in, I live in California. Apple, this is like Apple headquarters. Not only because that's literally where Apple headquarters are, but literally there's so many people that just buy into it so heavily. Into the whole Steve Jobs is a god sort of thing. And I don't. Look, law is more complicated than the simplicity that you're trying to convey. All I'm saying is, don't bother trying to argue with me. All I know is that some of your information was wrong, so you might want to go double check it yourself. The hard way. It's the only way to truly know anything these days. Again, otherwise, as you know, this wouldn't exist. But it does exist. Any of you guys can go there right now. So I think for this mission, we're meant to board a caterpillar, fight the people aboard it, and then repair it. But I've yet to try this one. And generally, I don't like boarding Drake ships. And the caterpillar itself can be a bit of a maze sometimes, so not really my favorite. Though we'll see. Judging from this red spot up here, I don't think we have our helmet on. Yeah, looks like we're flying without the helmet. I can see my reflector sunglasses. So there may be some ships here, let's see. Let me ask you this, are you a lawyer? I know that people have been able to get refunds. That's not in question. It never has been. So interesting, that's a caterpillar down there. Oh, so that is actually the caterpillar. Okay. Doesn't move locations. Look, it sounds like you want to fight somebody on the law stuff. I'm not really the person to fight on that. I've never even said that myth. So it's like you want to combat what quote-unquote people say, but I'm not necessarily saying those things, so you really should just hold back. Your cousin having a master's in business law has nothing to do with whether or not you're a lawyer. They're not a lawyer either. Having a master's in business law does not make you a lawyer. Any lawyer would tell you that. So, I'm just saying, you know. I understand how firm you feel that you are. but that does not change how unfirm others will perceive you and are allowed to perceive you. And again, UK law is not, of course, the same. Oh shit. No! Oh god damn it. Forgot the helmet. We're basically dead. Well, that's upsetting. At least our ship will stay here, so we can just come back to it. Nothing is really lost except for some time. And thankfully, we're coming back to Levski. Your brother's knowledge does not osmose to you in the way that you want it to.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Hey there, Belticus. Welcome, welcome. Turning up. Good thing we're still in Levski. That saves us a lot of time. I can just take a little shellcraft out there. And we're good to go. Well, let's put our helmet on now. And wait a minute. Wait, where's the elevators? Alright, my dab hit is ready. So, cheers everyone. Time to get high. Not at all, and feel free to do !lurk. And you'll get a customized message for you. Alright, cheers everyone. Time to get high. You say that, Wizard, but I disagree with that. And again, we're talking about your brother, not even you. So, as I said, just drop it. You're not going to win any arguments here on that. Nor is it worth either of our times to even talk about it. Just know that there is no tax on these items here in the United States because they are pledges. And that the Kickstarter does still exist on the website because it was originally a Kickstarter project, and these are still defined as pledges here. Also, let me put it another way. Wouldn't you say that you're a person is a fool to quote-unquote buy a digital product from a thing that's not even complete? Yes. So either everybody is an idiot, or they're actually pledging, which is how it was always defined from the beginning. You ask most old people who've been in the game for a long time, who have a bunch of ships, what do they tell you? That they're just happy to support the project, that they just want their space game to exist. So it doesn't matter what you're saying. It doesn't matter what you're saying, okay? So, like I said, drop it. Okay? There's literally no point in you continuing. What's up, Tigers? What's your question? Let's take the Seul one. I like the Seul one as a little shadow. I do have Final Fantasy XIV installed, yes. A great MMO. The only thing about Final Fantasy XIV is I feel like the gameplay isn't dynamic enough or hard enough that it kind of puts me to sleep. Other than that, it's amazing. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Unicorn Twitch drop. You know what? We might do some of that on Friday then. Yeah, this is a vertical ship. Alien ship. I love this ship. I warned you not to keep talking about it. But the fact that you had to keep talking about it and then try to tell me it's rubbish when literally what I said is literally the truth. I even double checked my own invoice. I went out of my way to do that. It is rude and messed up, so we are banned. Sorry about that. Hashtag sorry not sorry. Sorry not sorry. Wait. Can I take off? Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. So because this is a vertical ship, I was hitting spacebar to go up, but you can't. I need to go forward. It's been a while since I flew this ship. But you have to fly this ship a little bit differently. But I love it. It's a great ship. Absolutely. In fact, you're meant to fly with only a flight suit. It's armor that basically is reducing our effective G-force reduction. Your flight suit is supposed to give you G-force reduction so you can fly better in combat. But the armor takes away from that. That's basically how it works. They're getting us used to the fact that you're not meant to fly in armor. Eventually, we're gonna have the armor lockers working, and then we can just put our armor away before we get in the pilot seat. It's a neat little ship, and if you look closely, like these little purple grabber things, I can't really point out with the mouse, but it's meant to hold 6 SE of cargo. So it's got these little cargo box holders. It's a cute little ship. It's not really worth much more than a shuttle. It does have 3 size 3 guns. But it's really just a nice glorified shuttle. With of course alien interior and alien controls. Or instead of using joysticks, we're using like orbs. Pretty fun. Now this is gonna take a minute. I can't believe I made that rookie mistake. I left the ship with the helmet off. I do like this ship. Also, you see these little purple triangles that are glowing? Those are actually the lights. So if we were to turn on the lights, they turn on. I do like this ship. I feel like when you're parking it somewhere, it's almost like a tent or like a little base that you like are landing. You know, you feel secure and snug in there. Especially having multiple levels. Absolutely. And then of course I love the, you know, pink purpley flames that it makes. And the noise that it makes when flying around in atmosphere. And even the lighting is actually purple lights. Purple lights. So I like the Xion a lot. One of the alien races in the verse that, you know, I'm not really physically in the verse yet, but eventually. And then the ship actually does have an armor rack. Is that considered a ship? It looks like an escape pod to me. It's a little bit dangerous, but let's explore the ship while we're in warp. So it's kind of crazy. We're flying that way, but we're standing this way. All the components are hidden behind awesome little like grav lev whatever, you know, thingies. There's Xion writing, like right here it says don't touch. There's a middle section here which has a place to sit down. Let's see if they fixed it. They have not fixed it. It's supposed to like raise up a seat and then you can sit down here as like a table. There's a bathroom in here. This is the shower, but there's also a place to like rub your body against because the Xion need this. And then we have this. This is a Xion toilet. However, for humans, we use it as a sink. So yeah, try not to think about that too hard. And then, you have a nice cozy bed. Storage and itty. On the first level, this is like the airlock level. We have the armor storage. Your armor's supposed to, I guess, float there. And then we've got more panels for the components and stuff. Over here as well. But this one is the coolest one because this one also includes some hidden weapon racks. So you can like literally just put your gun on here. And then when you put your stuff away, it's really cool because then it gets put away into the wall. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that just absolutely awesome? Imagine just hitting a button and then like your weapons come out like this. It's amazing. These are for like pistols and multi-tool. Looks like we've arrived. Isn't that great? And yeah, can you hear the engines? So yeah, I for one love the ship. I think it's incredible. We can see 3 repeaters. Very triangular loadout. Yeah, thankfully, we can just loot all of our items. Let's see, Nukebot says, I do like some of the alien ships. I don't have any though, unfortunately. They are more expensive. There is what we call the alien tax. Speaking of taxes. Generally they are more expensive and a luxury rather than a necessity. But they're fun ships, and I feel like if you're gonna spend time in the verse doing stuff, then it should be stuff that, you know, gives you the most fun. I steal my glasses, extra glasses. Yes, that trick still works. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. I just took my own helmet off. I almost killed myself again. Jesus. Thankfully, I've got a super medical gun. Oh shit, we forgot to bring our repair gun. Well, we'll see if maybe there's something aboard. We're already here, so we might as well take a look now. Alright, I guess the first choice is how do we board? Can we shoot this guy? Through the glass? No? Used to be able to. Front is open? Okay, let's take a look. Blind me, strategy, please. Oh, there's a weapon just laying out here. I really hope I can mantle up these. Well, I guess not. That's why I came up here. To take the high ground. I'm gonna go back and steal his helmet in a second. I would just kill them by shooting them in the dick. Okay, I think it's all of them. No, not that guy. Lynn's people had a fancier helmet. Was it him? Yeah, there it is. Paladin helmet. People usually like that one. I will take his ammo, same kind I use. The ship is such a maze. So I need to repair it. Looks like sheet. No, here it is. It's just the power supply that is injured. That 10% health. I do love how the engineering actually works. Let's see. Velticus says sometimes the mantle is odd. It wants you to hold shift and then space, or tap shift and then space. And then sometimes things that should be mantleable just aren't because they forgot to program it in. You know, I think that's what happened here. Nickbot says, I got a couple of Mirai ships, which are like reverse engineered alien ships. It's not reverse engineered. Actually, the Xion have a commercial deal with what's the company? Oh god. It's with Misk. Musashi Industrial Space Concern. So that's a company. And yeah, they have an actual financial deal with them. And they're leasing out these technologies for use in
Ooh, piece of candy.
these ships. And then with that, they've created an offshoot company. God, this place is such a maze. They made an offshoot company, which is Morai. Anyway, welcome RX Modulator. Welcome. RX, your medicine. Are you a medicine modulator? Can I repair further? Repair station. Wait. We need to be repaired further. Trying to recollect, but doesn't want to go. Let's try pulling out the attachment. And using it with our normal one. Can I repair further? Maybe I need to go to the engineering console? And we brought life support online. Maybe I need to get in the pilot seat and hit the repair button. Hey there, 9 EJ. Or should I call you 09? Isn't this the way to the side module? Otherwise, I'll call you AJ. Okay. Well, reopen this. No.
Back from the dead.
This is a bit of a mystery. Welcome to Marine. Just as a fair warning, if you're trying to get the cube, I don't think Prime subs get it for you. Thing? Yeah, maybe I can get on board this part. Oh, look, there's somebody on there. Is that supposedly the person I'm helping? Well, bro, I need you to open the door so I can hit repair on the console. I wonder. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's a side door here, right? I know, it's sad. And it's also sad. Go ahead, just inform me in case that was the intent. Do I like the Democo a lot? I feel like the Democo is a good all-around long-term combat choice. Even how many shots you get with it. And then also, energy damage does not have any fall off with distance, whereas the ballistic damage does. But the ballistic damage can penetrate shields, whereas the energy damage does not. Damn it, let me in. Must be missing something. Let me on your ship, damn it. See, the reason we're trying to get on this ship is that we go into the generator. It doesn't want to let me repair it. Wait, maybe now. I had to reload it. There we go. Well, that took a while to figure out. Yeah, but then you have to breach the shields. None of the ship guns I brought were ballistic. Okay, well cool, that worked. And then we'll switch this to tractor beam again. And thankfully the pad here on the 600i has gravity. So we just land on this pad and then go up. But yeah, I feel like Democo is a pretty good battle option actually. You can't see it, but look at that. Holds 100 shots. No damage fall off of the range, as I say. And then I use this one for... You can see with the silencer. And in all of them I have night vision on. Alright, let's give this guy his space. And we're good. And we got a blueprint for something that I have no idea what it is. Okay, we can do another one of those if we wanted to. They're pretty easy now that we understand it. And this one... I just need to locate this stuff. We shouldn't even need a mining ship or anything. Let's go ahead and try this. It shouldn't require anything special. Anybody with a basic ship should be able to do this. Assuming it's working. Although wait, does it not tell us where to go? I see. So we need to find it ourselves completely. But hey, we're out here with asteroids right now. So surely we can find something? Let's see if we can just get this done out here. That'd be pretty nice. That's debris. We don't need debris. We want the most maneuverable ships. Yeah, that looks promising. Although it's Torite. Not useful. I think we wondered what iron and aluminum. Yeah, wait a minute. So 4 different asteroids with aluminum. And 2 with iron, okay. Let me track that. Alright, Danmo. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely Monday. When didn't I, okay, whatever. Know what we're looking for? God, they added so many more materials. I didn't remember all these. Well, that's aluminum. And then we need to scan them, I think. Wait, it says mine them. I thought we didn't have to mine them. I thought we just had to scan them. They really want me to mine them? Can't mine them. They don't have any mighty equipment. I'm gonna rock to scan it. We'll get targeted. Okay, I had thought that they made this mission available for people who didn't have the ability to mine. But apparently, the answer is they didn't. So what should you do now? You're gonna stress them. That's fine, we can do ship in distress. It's all the same reputation in the end. She's a big muscle, but she's a good one. But yeah, when this thing has medical and way more storage and can hold a whole tank-sized vehicle, man, this thing will be just perfect. I don't know if you guys have seen the captain's bedroom on this ship. And this could be risky. There's a chance. But this elevator's unsafe. Do we take the chance? Oh my god, it worked. That was scary as hell. I know you saw what I just saw. That was scary as hell. But anyway, check out this bed. Isn't this incredible? And as many people who originally get this ship and they're not even aware of the somewhat little secretive little bathroom here. Unfortunately, we can't see ourselves, but eventually. It's just so classy. And you've got, of course, a shower. And the toilet, of course. And this feels nice, you know, you get your shower. You got a nice, like, place to clean up and get ready. So you are. Now the first usable cigar turned up on the Drake Ironclad. And given that the cigar case is here, I feel like you're meant to have cigars on the ship as well. So likely when it gets reworked, we'll have cigars. Also, like, yeah, there's a lot of wasted space, and they're gonna fix that to a lot of degrees. But one thing that's kind of cool was that they had this, like, vertical cargo built into the wall itself so that the cargo won't get in your way. I actually thought that was really, really good. Oh yeah, here was where the original bedrooms were. Now the reason it looks so Spartan is the idea was you were meant to be able to customize this and put your own little walls and furniture and stuff. That's why it was just an open space, but they've completely changed their idea on all this. Okay, the elevator is being weird. We have a second one. Let's see. Bouncy Kiss, you're surprised how much I know about the game? What didn't you know about exactly? I'm curious. But yes, I know a lot about the game. And the project. I've been following the project for at least the last 6 years. Whoa! That's a weird look. Like, they just teleported us 1.5 million meters away. Okay, whatever. We can just jump that distance. Right, that's why it's such like a big open area. And like it doesn't look right, and that's because it was meant, the original philosophy was, oh, players can just, you know, place their own things in here eventually. And part it out. But obviously they went a different direction. This is like back when there used to be the actual hangars outside of the game. I don't know if you were around at the time or if you remember. But like there used to be hangars that you could go without loading into a server. You could load into like a hangar and then like load up your ships, and there was actually tons of dots everywhere for you to like place items, even though they didn't really give us much in the way of items to place. That was basically a glimpse into their original mindset. So they would have just placed a bunch of like dots that are only visible with a special UI, and then you would place whatever you want in any of the dots, and then adjust its position, right? So they could still go back to something similar. But instead they're just sort of revamping it in general to make it way nicer, I should say. So instead of the crew beds being at the bottom of the ship, they're going to be at the top, with quick access to the bridge. The original account was hacked and eventually recovered, but I have so many ships on my new one, I sort of just leave it there. Interesting. You might consider selling it if you wanted to. A lot of people would buy an old account. Is there certain like items that they give away that you can only get like by having the account at a certain age? There's a guy right there. Like, for example, one of my favorite pistols is the Arclight pistol, but specifically the Glimmer Arclight, which is one that they gave away to all accounts at a certain time. If your account is newer than that, then you don't have it in your account. I wouldn't do it sooner than later. The later you wait, the less likely they're willing to do it. They may also already not be willing to do it. I feel like the sooner the better on that. Like, I would have done it like years ago if possible. I'll take them. Take another one of those helmets. Let's just heal up to be safe. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Delticus. You should check out our Discord. !Discord. It's free and open to everyone, and we've got a lot of cool people who hang out and play the game. I'm a variety streamer, and in a little bit we're actually going to be swapping over to Final Fantasy VI. But there's a bunch of people on the Discord who play even more regularly. So, if you're looking for some cool people to hang out with, then I'll look no farther. And still hostile. But we're gonna check this real fast. Just the power plant, okay. Although this is looking real bad. Yeah, the ship is in worse state. And there's still a hostile somewhere. I can hear them somewhere. There they are. There they are. Oh, you used the ball and maze. Okay. We need to reload it again. One reload. Okay, there we go, there we go. And the left click, which is not what you'd expect, his left click is salvage. It's a bit weird, but whatever, we figured it out. Using J. Is J the customize weapon button? Enhance the vids, okay. Isn't no, I didn't realize that J was the customized weapon button. Good to know. No, actually, back seating is totally allowed and welcome. Not from you banners it, no. I know they added a new gun.
Back from the dead.
I have to try it out still. Thank you, Melticus. I appreciate the prime. I'm glad you're enjoying. They also have some really good emotes, as you're already noticing, I'm sure. I had to work really hard to keep that emote. I had to fight Twitch multiple times. But we succeeded. I did it for you guys. I know, Twitch was like, that's against the TOS, and I'm like, no it isn't, it's just celebratory. It's just jumping up and down for joy. If you're, you know, choosing to label, you know, what's natural as something more, then that's on you. And turns out my logic is infallible. Exactly. Exactly my point. And they could not counter it. Alright, let's do one more of these. It's a pretty simple mission, we've done it several times now. But it's what's popping up. And we'll just go ahead and do it. So here's where we want to get though. So if you do these, but the Taglia missions, not only, of course, with any of these, as you go up in rank, you typically get like more missions. But once you get these, you literally get the ship unlocked for you, like a free ship. That's pretty huge.
Great. Thanks for picking that up.
Yeah, the palette moment, yeah. But that's gonna change as people discover that it's available here. People will farm it, people will get it, and its value will go down. But yeah, free honorable ship in game, that's huge, right? So people want to say that like CIG might be too greedy or whatever, but not really. Not really. Also, take a look, you can see the name of our ship here. If you look closely. The Lumina. I have a best in show skin for it. The sort of like purpley blue one with the like the squiggly lines or whatever. I have that one, but I kind of felt that just the white looks better for the name. But I definitely want the 609 to get more paint jobs. I think once it gets its rework, I think it'll win some ship showdowns. It just needs that rework. Once it gets a rework, this ship will become very popular. Iron plan? I don't know. I would project Polaris. You see, the thing is that as much as there are people who love the, is that the one you like the most? So first of all, as much as there are people who absolutely love Drake ships, there are people who actually dislike them, like me. Whereas there's almost nobody that like dislikes RSI ships. The Polaris is one of the most popular games, or I'm sorry, popular ships, because it does like everything, without being too large and too unwieldy. I would say it's the best all-around capital large ship. It's got the medical, it's got the hangar bay, it has a brig if you want. It's got tons of turrets and weapons on it. It's got, you know, some of the biggest torpedoes in the game. It's still landable without being insane. Yeah, you're not gonna get any shame from me on that. I feel like I need a tetanus shot every time I go onto the onto a Drake ship. So Polaris won last year, and I project it to potentially win again this year. You know, for groups around like 5 to 8 to 12 people, Polaris is like excellent. Unless you really want to do a bunch of, you know, dogfighting operations with the Idris. But not everyone has an Idris. And again, an Idris is, like, it's not as nice of a ship in certain ways. It's so easy to get lost on that ship. It's much harder to, like, land it and maneuver it. Polaris has the basketball court. It has the pool table, that's more important. And it's reasonably navigable. It's not easy to get lost. It's very efficient design. It's no surprise that it's a fan favorite. They super oops. I'm bumping into it. Whatever. The Starfare, oh my god, the Starfare is bad. Hey, Nargo, it's not a skill issue. It's a memorization issue. It's not a skill issue. I am a highly skilled individual. Okay, and that is my claim to fame, which is why I don't necessarily need to study everything, because I have the skill to get me through. But with the Idris, you need to study it. It's not a skill issue, it's a knowledge issue. You actually need to know. It's barely noticeable. It is not very obvious. That ship is a maze. I don't care what you say, that ship is a maze. But it is also amazing. It's an amazing ship. Did you throw? Oh shit! I threw a grenade. The ship's already on fire, you idiot. The M80? The M80 is wonderful. The M80, as we were talking about earlier, it does still have a bit of like a shield bug with it. But it's excellent. I wish that it had the armor rack. That's the only thing. But it still has a cupboard you can put everything in. It also doesn't have a bathroom, but that's fine. You know, I sort of liken it to the 300R. Of whatever it is, the 3 something R. Oh, I can't put my weapon away. That's not a good sign. The server FPS is pegged at 30. In a way that seems unnatural and bad. Yeah, something's going on with the server. The ping is okay though. There we go. I guess the server's surviving. I mean, again, like the 300R, which is like a racing ship, it doesn't have a bathroom either. Even though it does have a bed. So it's more like you pull it out of your fancy Idris or Polaris, which has its own beds, of course, and bathrooms.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Mouch J, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'll now just buy distance away. And job complete.
Ooh, piece of candy.
So 3 missions in, this is how far we got. Oh, thank you, Nickbot, for the follow. I appreciate it. Exactly. Actually, I haven't checked. Does the M80 fit in the A90? I would hope so. But it's kind of a big ship, I know. And I mean, does it fit directly? Because, like, there's ways that you can fit ships into it by, like, you know, getting the wings slowly and tucking the wing underneath the, you know, opening or whatever. But if it can go straight down into it, that's awesome. Hopefully it can. Aw, I appreciate it. I always try to be a bit informative. Sometimes we talk about real life topics as well. I'm not a doctor, but sometimes I provide a little bit of medical background or whatever. Or science. I love science. It fits, yes, fits so perfectly and smooth. None of that Drake shit forcing the hanger and angling the ship in. Yeah. Okay, well that's good. That's good to know. So maybe we will stay with Star Citizen for a while. I don't want to keep doing these though. These are kind of boring. And a lot of mercenary ones. Well, we could try it. With this one. We've recently been contacted by the People's Alliance to assist with an initiative to help prepare these abandoned stations for repairs. Valakar infestation. But Valakar, aren't those like the worms? Or are those the dogs? Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look. We'll see where this takes us. Why is that one still there? Oh, this one. Oh, never mind. They abandoned that one. Yeah, the map is broken. You see the map system? Interesting. I also can't see my ship status. The server is kind of breaking down on us. Where's the marker? What's my preferred game loop? My preferred game loop is not really in the game yet. So I can answer for what's my favorite game loop in the game currently. Oh, and any of the old 2V breaker stations. Oh. How many do I have to eliminate? Is the map still not working? Let me try getting up and getting back in the seats. His my actual game loops that I would be really into. My original idea that I wanted to play was, and this is probably what a lot of people's original ideas are, but going out, you know, into some faraway place, exploring around and finding really cool stuff. So first of all, exploration. That should sort of be everybody's number one because, you know, well, one of the point is the game, but to explore and find cool things. So there's that, and then secondarily, I want to do heists. So back when the 400i came out, this is probably like 3 years ago now, they showed off the idea of heists. Basically, sneaking into a place, going through vents and overhead passages and stuff, sneaking into an area, getting a code and opening a safe and finding an artifact, and then using like the clothing of the people who are there to like sneak out without being detected. To me, that's the coolest thing. I feel like I'm like a cat burglar, you know? That being said, my main primary work that I've done a lot in the game that I'm sort of well known for is being a doctor. So I'm a doctor. But I've transitioned from being a doctor into being a ship captain. You know, running like a Polaris with like a group of a bunch of people. Like, you need them instead be a leader and an organizer. And pay attention to various other things. You know, use your leadership skills and training. And so I've had some of that in my life, and so now I'm basically a Polaris captain. But I like the idea of still moonlighting as a cat burglar. Like, I enjoy escaping from Clasher, doing all like the parkour jumping puzzles. Like, that's really something I enjoy. Yep. So yeah, I like any ship that has a captain's chair. I feel like that's great, and the fact that the Polaris has a captain's chair, it's perfect. Nickbot, you heal people in real life, so you somehow heal people in game. I coulda, shoulda been a doctor. I have everything that is needed to be like a doctor at the mine fort. But I was too lazy. I was too smart for my own good, and I was like, you know what? I'm too lazy to be a doctor. So I spec'd into playing video games instead. A space outlaw? Keep the law in lawless places? That's not an outlaw then. Sounds like you want to be a space vigilante. Someone who isn't necessarily officially on the side of the law, but you still uphold justice in the eyes that God gave you. You know? Do I have a recommendation for how to get started as a medic? Sure. Actually, the best thing is to find a group of players. What most groups of players need is a medic. Is somebody to just focus on the medicine and let them focus on staying alive. Or I mean on fighting. I've noticed that many players, basically, there's a common feeling or sentiment, even if it's unconscious, that you do everything yourself. So like, even if you find like a group of players, it's very common for people to just, even if you're announce yourself as a medic and you're going to heal people, it's common for people to just automatically go and heal themselves and keep it to themselves or whatever. You basically need to find a team of people who like to play together, and then you need to just insert yourself and insist that you got them. You just need them to speak up. And then in battle, just actually focus the medicine and keep them alive. Now, to be a good medic, you should know what every drug does and how to treat any symptom. Right? Why is it a marker for the station, but I don't see the station? Am I missing something? Where's the station? Isn't there supposed to be a station here? I are confused. The map still doesn't work. And the ship and the stress thing is still happening. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna switch servers. Hey, we're Zombie. Good to see you. Yeah, the Valakar ate the whole station. Oh yeah, so the other thing is you should know exactly what everything does. So like, if I say, you know, I'm having an arm injury, you should know exactly what to give me for that. If I'm saying my vision is getting cloudy or weird, you should know exactly what to give me for that. If you medicate somebody, and you medicate for their limbs, but they're stuck on the ground and they still can't get up, you better know what medicine that they need. If you can do that without having to like pull out the gun and then read what it tells you, if you already know, that's the makings of a good medic. That's one part of it. So one part of it, know literally what everything's meant to do. Part 2. You need to get good at judging how much refrigerant to give along with a medication. I can't demonstrate this without injecting somebody, although I guess we could inject ourselves. Ooh, connecting to a professional astronomer. But I'll pull up the medical again and I'll give a good example. They had some difficulties existing this patch. Yeah, I'm seeing that, derp. Where do you learn the details? You can look them up online. This was not really a good tutorial in game, but there is also a journal entry in game, which does cover a lot of these things. So yeah, these common issues, you should have this all memorized. Ocular inflammation, Sterigin. So like if you're just shot, usually just dexamethasone, but sometimes it's so bad you need roxafen. Roxafen, here's how like it helps to sort of understand these things. Try to think of some of these things as like real medications, right? Sterogen, that's like a steroid. So you use that steroid to deal with, head-related issues. Okay? But also respiratory. You use the dexamethasone for like muscle fatigue, muscle relaxant, but sometimes the injury is so bad that you need a pain relief. Roxafen is an opioid. So roxafen is like the painkiller. So if they're like still unable to get up, they need a painkiller. So try to like think of it in that regard. A lot of it comes with experience. But let's point again at ourselves for a second. So let's say we need a bunch of demoxetrine, okay? Right? It says 13 minutes and 47 seconds. That's how long it'll stay in our system, right? We can go all the way up to like 20 minutes, and that'd be great. We're medicated for 20 minutes. But the higher you go, the higher the blood drug level, right? Your blood is basically holding the drugs, right? And if you think about it, in reality, you need the red blood cells in your blood to oxygenate your cells. If too much of your blood is not blood, what happens? Your cells start to die. They have trouble getting oxygen. Okay? So, and then let's say you're in battle. Somebody might need more and more medications over time. So what you want to do is give them some Resurgera. Right? But you see, the more Resurgera I give, the lower this time goes down. Up to a certain point. And this point right here, this is how fast it would take to drain out with Resurgera still remaining in my system. So if we get just a little bit of Resurgera, about a minute and a half worth, a minute and a half of the blood drug level ticking down is probably enough to get rid of the blood drug level, while still maintaining the majority of the medical effect on the body. It'll still last for 16 minutes. So we'll do this, for example. So now you'll see that our blood drug level is 38.5%. Okay? Well, I actually had Sterogen on there as well. I didn't want that. So for this amount of blood drug level, I would actually give a little bit more. Maybe like 2.5 minutes. So now for 2.5 minutes, it's going to be ticking down 1% or a 0.1% every like couple of seconds, right? So if you time it right, if you gain an understanding, and this is something you have to just sort of build in your brain, if you gain an understanding of how fast this goes down, how long you need that to go down for, how many minutes it takes for that to go down, then you can properly judge how much to apply while still providing as much of the other medications as it can. Does that make sense? And of course here I'm covering it, but it shows exact minutes here for us, in case it's hard to see on the weapon itself. Now you can tell that with this many drugs in our system, with this much in our system, even though it's going down kind of well, it's gonna take more than another minute, right? That's probably gonna be like 3 or 4 minutes. But the best way, the way to be a good medical officer, a good doctor, a good medic, is to build up that sense of, okay, how much drugs do they need, and how much Resurgera do they need? Don't give as much Resurgera as the drugs. You don't want to just wipe it all out. And also, Resurgera itself increases the blood drug level. So, if you give somebody too many drugs, and then you try to give them Resurgera, they may not have the capacity for that Resurgera. Just call me Scarlet. But Sarah is my real name. So yeah, that's the two things to being a medic. One is knowing immediately, like instinctually, not instinctually, but like memorize wise, knowing exactly what medications heal what. Don't need that extra time to check what the gun tells you. You should already know. And then, again, secondly, build up that understanding of how much Resurgera to how much drugs. How long it takes for it to get out of your system. You do those two things, you'll be an amazing medic. Invaluable. My other piece of advice in general, just to throw out there, is if you're in a squad, or in general, if you're just a player fighting and doing missions, use Hemazole pens. Okay? A lot of people think, oh, it's cool, I have the medical gun, I can treat any ailment that I might get. In battle, it is a lot slower to pull out the gun, aim it at yourself and use it, than it is to just pull out the medical pen and stab. And that amount of time absolutely can be make or break in certain situations. So it's much better as like a Marine. Let's say you're in the Marine mindset. If you're a Marine, use your med pen. Don't try to be fancy. Use the fast, efficient option. If you have a medic in your team, rely on your medic. Let them handle it. That should be their specialty. They should know exactly how to medicate you, the right amount, perfectly every time. So this station seems to not be here. Let's try a different one. We're gonna hear low on fuel though. Let's go get fuel. Fuel kind of important. You can revive with the pens too though. If you're a Marine, what you should do is get very familiar with how to use the pen on yourself and how to use the pen on somebody else. And you can stab somebody with a pen and wake them up. That's probably the best thing. Yes. Let me pull out a pen. So here's the pen. You can see right on the right side it says left click, heal self. Right click, inject to other. So you just go to somebody else, you hit right click, and you stab them with the pen and revive them. Very quick, very effective. But again, if you have a medic, don't try to do that. Focus on fighting. Let the medic focus on the healing. Your job should be to be undistracted and focused on destroying any enemies that might show up and keeping your perception up for anything that might suddenly pop up out of nowhere. Yeah, part of what's really important about the pens too is nowadays we have the radiation missions. Sometimes you're gonna need to use a radiation pen on another person because they're so irradiated they can't wake up without instantly getting knocked out again. I love our little AI little overview of the chat. So fun. I'm enjoying a delicious Monster energy drink. The white can. So good, so tasty. Does the rad pen save you when protection hits 0 on the armor? When protection hits 0 on the armor, that means your body is starting to build up the radiation. When your body starts to build up the radiation, when you hit a certain point, you start to take damage. The medical pen does not heal the armor protection. For that, you need to get in cover. But what it does do is remove the radiation from your body. Let's go in combat mode just so I don't go too fast. We've crashed way too many times today. Yeah, so you'll notice that there's a few different numbers on your armor for radiation. There's radiation protection number, there's a radiation scrubbing number, and there's a radiation capacity number. Right? So it can block a certain amount. Beyond that, it has a capacity, and that capacity is dealt with the scrubber. With the, reduction number. But only when you're outside of radiation. And you'll see it. You'll see an icon in the bottom left corner. It'll show like the armor with almost like a line indicating like a shield around it. And that's your radiation shielding. And they'll feel like a percentage of like how much it's been used up or filled up. The capacity on the armor. And yeah, when it hits maximum capacity, then the radiation is going to your body. So there can be times where somebody is downed because of radiation and you need to use a radiation pen on them before you heal them, because otherwise healing them, they'll get knocked out again from the radiation. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky situation. But thankfully, there's not too many places where you encounter radiation sickness. Yeah, your friend. Yeah, exactly. And like the medical gun, that's one of the medicines that it cannot give. I generally don't favor using the pens on anything other than the hemazole and the anti-radiation. The reason is because the pen will give you like a standardized dosage amount, whereas as a doctor I'd rather be precise with the medication I'm giving to my patient. Welcome back, Echo. Yeah, we usually stream 7 or 8 hours Monday and Wednesday, and then even longer on Fridays. Although we are going to be off this Wednesday. Wait, why am I exiting the ship? Am I back in? I just came here for fuel. Kinda forgot I got carried away.
Back from the dead.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that, Nouch. I hope I'm saying your name right. Healer Shepherd, welcome, welcome. I'm wearing the Commander Shepherd armor. Speaking of which. What have you missed? Well, we've been doing a bunch of missions. And then I took a mission to go to a QV station, but it hasn't been here. So we just jumped servers. I'm Commander Shepard, and I approve this message. Even as like the red and the white, like the N7 sort of coloring, you know? And it's got that carbon fiber, shiny carbon fiber, so good. Mouch, mouch. Awesome. Okay, we have our fuel. It's time to boogie. I kind of wish I had the executive edition of the 600i, but at the same time, I'm glad that I don't own that, because that would mean that I'd wasted way too much money on this game. But I would love to fly one. Look at this beautiful ship. Not that Shepherd. But I figure at least everyone knows that Shepherd. At least you should if you're a gamer. Oh, there's the ore scan. I was trying to do that with this one, but apparently this is the one. But whatever. This is the mission I was trying to do. Let's try going to a different TV station
Ooh,
now.
piece of candy.
See if it's working on this server. Try one far away like this one. Thanks for the follow there, Jumping Spider. I find spiders to be very scary. And the fact that they jump only makes it worse. You'd prefer Jim? You mean you want to change your name? I'm pretty sure you can change your Twitch name. I think you can. But it's maybe like once every year or something like that. Alright, so I can kind of understand how some people might look at a spider and think that they're kind of cute. But to me, they're creepy. They're creepy, and I feel like they're my natural enemy. Like, what's the one thing you can't defend against? Something you never see coming. Like a spider bite. It's once every 60 days? Well, thank you for that. The only difficulty now is we have another regular viewer that I call Reg. So now we have 2 Regs. Oh well. So hopefully this QV station's gonna be there. Derp said just earlier that this patch, they've been having trouble having them appear. We'll check a couple of them. If they just don't show up at all, then,
Ooh, piece of candy.
you know, it is what it is. The game isn't, perfect, right? Thank you for the follow there, Spiegel. Thank you, Spiegel. Was it P. Danger? Danger? Yeah, but then why even have it? Alright, Tigress. Thanks for hanging out with us. It means a lot. I hope you have a lovely sleep. And thank you, Jumping Spider, for the sub. Enjoy your Banu box. Decorative. Very, very fancy. Your Boeing badge. What's your Boeing badge? Did you have a... I mean, did you fly Boeing aircraft in reality? And what do you mean had P as your middle name? Is it your middle name or is it actually just something from nowhere? All these questions. Make sure to take a Microsoft Flight Sim.
Ooh, piece of candy.
I just wish that game was more exciting. Welcome, Lulu. Hope you're enjoying. Alright, we're getting close. Only about 6 gigamooses away. No, jet skiing and snow skiing and camping.
Back from the dead.
Oh, I see, I see. Fun reference. And welcome, Lulu. I assume you're doing that for the Benu Cube, but enjoy. You also get some fancy emotes. I have probably one of literally the sexiest emotes in the entire of all Twitch. So if you're into that sort of thing, then there you go. You can pretty much surprise other streamers with that. No one expects the Scarlet emote. It looks like that station's not today either. Weird. You're enjoying your server error right now. I'm sorry to hear it. I mean, I'm not sorry to hear that you're enjoying, but I'm sorry that you're having a server error. Isn't my main ship? And used to sort of be, but I would say my main ship is the Polaris. Usually that's what we would fly with a bunch of people. Solo, I would say my main is the 400i. Love a good bounce. But for like a single person, this is like a perfect large ship. I think this is like one of the best. The Origin ships are built around survival. It's all about VIP survival. So they're heavily up-shielded. This has 2 size 3 shields on it. And then the turrets are... one of them's put... Oh, no, there it is. There it is underneath the ship. You see one down there. And the other one up here. They're both sort of designed to be able to face directly backwards, so that you can shoot at anybody chasing you. The idea is to run away and escape. And to that endeavor, having size 3 shields means that each shield has its own facing, and you can put additional power into the rear facing and then just run in a direction, and the turrets can shoot up anything trying to chase you. I would love to have it in 600i Executive Edition, but I would not love to pay for it. If I ever get a 600i Executive Edition in the normal way, then that's a bad news. But they do look great. But yeah, the 400i, very similar, where it has 1 size 3 shield, and again 2 rear turrets for fighting against anyone who chases you. The only main difference is the 400i is even faster. I mean, it's technically more than a skin. The Executive Edition has its own reference in the ship loadout. It's actually called an Executive Edition. I know that technically it's just a skin, but really officially it's actually a different ship. Yeah, currently. And who knows, maybe for the future too. No, the Executive Edition is just a touring model. I think it's a touring model. Or is it the aspiration model? I don't know. Either way, it's just a 600i with a gold paint job on the outside. But in the ship, whatchamacallit, it is actually referred to as an Executive Edition, so that's on the ship regardless of regardless of paint job. So they could further boost it in some way in the future. Alright, again, no station, but we're gonna fly a little bit closer just in case it'll pop in. You're getting a freelancer? Yeah. I like the freelancers. They look so classic to me. Like a classic 70s or 80s sort of feel to them in a certain way. But yeah, no, don't worry about it all, because everything's earnable in game. Yeah, over time, it's sort of natural that we buy ships and want to increase what we got in our hangars. And of course, again, you can buy them in game too. Since there's last. Well, we're not gonna be doing that mission. Nappa's being slow. We need fuel, so we'll just go here.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Aw, there you go, a grumpy gorilla. Thank you for the follow. Let's see, Shepard says... Wait, let me go back a little further. Echo says, I actually won a raffle, which kind of paid for upgrades. I've won over 700 worth of ships and various items in this game. From like YouTube giveaways, Twitch giveaways, and also some competitions. So that's totally way to go. Shepard said, I wish CIG would allow you to delete ships from your own buyback. Like... I've done ships and buyback that I would never buy back. They're crap. Yeah, but if you're lucky and good. But yeah, no, I won, listen to this. So, when the Mercury Star Runner came out, right? First of all, it was designed to be kind of like a homage to the Millennium Falcon. And it was around sort of Christmas time, IE time. And I decided I really wanted this ship. I don't really get it somehow. So I bought the like Erwin paint job for it. And yeah. Just cruising through space. Feel so relaxed in my wonderful Origin chair. And sigh and a stretch. So that's a shame. Some of these love ski missions are not available. Because these stations are just not appearing. Let's see, I'm currently reinstalling Star Citizen, so your stream is making me super jealous. Aww. Well, I'm happy to help. God, I can't wait for the rework for this ship. And it's gonna have engineering, I'm sure. It'd be nice to set like some engineering presets. Also, if you guys are not aware, you can go to this section here and you can go to HUD and you can turn on the advanced display. This shows like where the G-forces are in 3 dimensions. You know, where the thrust is happening. Various stuff. Who's leaving normal? The Taurus is super fun. The Constellation series. There's the Constellation Taurus, Constellation Phoenix, the Constellation Andromeda, and then there might be one more I'm forgetting. But yeah, I do love that they have their own little snub fighter. Very cool. And they have a surprising number of missiles, a lot of the variants. Especially the Andromeda, I think. It's actually pretty impressive how many missiles that thing holds. Understand, we're parked over here. Especially if you replace those missiles with rattlers. Yeah. I can imagine. Cloud of explosives that it creates. It's interesting to note that 15% of this hydrogen costs already 5K. quite a lot to refill it fully from 0 with hydrogen. I do have an ex, but I don't publicize it. No, if I communicate with you guys, I just do it on the Discord. I do have a YouTube though, and we do often upload YouTube clips there. Or I mean, stream clips as shorts. You guys interested? You want me to show you?
Ooh, piece of candy.
Never mind that godly music. Here's my YouTube, by the way, in case you guys are interested in just scrolling through fun clips at times. And I try to upload my streams to YouTube as well. But I'm not the most regular. Let's see. Valtica says, this is such a relaxing stream. I'm sad I never found your channel earlier. Well, at least you did though, so that's something. Shepherd says, the only thing I would change about the 600i is the landing gear. I think the ship sits too high. Actually, it really doesn't. So way back in the day, I used to be able to pull out the RFC mining vehicle and do like mining underneath the ship. And that lets you use the ship as protection and cover. That's actually really an excellent feature. And it needs to have this much coverage in order to allow larger vehicles to drive through and in. Because it's meant to take like a vehicle in its cargo bay. And actually, it might end up sitting slightly higher because it's gonna eventually be able to take a full tank. They plan to have this thing fit a full-size tank. Okay, I think I want to make our way back to Stanton for now. We have the fuel, although we'll double check. Okay, yeah. And we'll fire but back to Stanton. Yeah, it's actually a good thing that it sits higher. In fact, I really wish the 400i would sit a little bit higher. It really should, because it has difficulty fitting all the vehicles into its own level cargo bay. They had tried adjusting it, but stupid idiots in the community were like, oh, it's too springy now. So they undid it. They literally made it worse because of a dumb reason. And so I'm sorry about that. Otherwise, the 400i would be a nice vehicle for taking like the ROC and other things. But as it stands, it cannot handle any car that has like attachments on top of it. Like a gun or something, or missiles. And that's not luxury. In reality, the wealthy are the people who install like hydraulics on their cars and can like push a button or make it rise up further or whatever. So they shouldn't have that in this game for luxury vehicles like the 400i. But, CIG has their own priorities and I can't argue with that. They've got so much we want Stanton. They have so many things to get through and so many pressures that I totally understand. it's not locking in. So we're gonna have to manually do it, which is no big deal. Because it's right here. Let's see. Shepard says I would change the landing gear to look like the ones off the Queen Amidala Silver Cruiser. So first of all, they don't want to be too copycatty, right? But I'll have to take a look at what they look like. I don't really remember what the landing gear looks like. Baltica says the wealthy purchase a trip for their yacht on a bigger boat, just to transport it across the world to places like Monaco to show it off for Formula One. Okay, but and about the missiles thing, in a world where the space pirates everywhere and you need to have weapons, you would damn well bet that they're gonna have the good ones. But regardless of the missiles, I'm talking more about hydraulics. Okay, think of it this way. The wealthy like to play with their toys. What do you think a car with some missiles on it is? An exciting toy to have a day with, right? And of course you're gonna want to transport it around, so I mean, it just makes sense that you should be able to. Exactly, or even just blow up some like space cows. But you're gonna tell me that the luxury vehicle that they would normally take, that has the champagne fridge and everything, can't hold like anything but the most basic, low height car? You gotta be kidding me, that's dumb. That's stupid. And so I do expect that to be something that gets adjusted or fixed someday. And, in general, you should trust that CIG is going to fix a lot of these things and improve these things. They realize a lot of the things that we're discussing. It's just a matter of priorities and, like, time and work effort and, like, timing is everything. And there's a lot of things that sort of are higher priority. Now, speaking of 700i, I would like to see... God, this is kind of loud. I'd like to see other, like a 725A corporate battleship. Or like a 925. Some kind of like fancy high-tech battleship. Something like Zuckerberg or Elon Musk would want to use. I want the gunner seats to have like a place to like put down your champagne flute, So I'd really like to see that. Besides that, I'd really like to see in the game, like a personal jetpack. And also a lot of melee weapons. I'd like to see swords, I'd like to see spears, or tridents or something like that. I came up with an idea for a Xion weapon. Okay, let's do a down pit in a second. Let me just get us into quantum. I'd like to see a Xion weapon in the form of like like maybe like a glove thing that you wear, and then like it has like a hovering like bladed disc, and like you throw it out and then it returns to your hand, you know? I think that would be amazing. It's like an awesome Xion weapon.
Ooh, piece of
Also, there's
candy.
the mile walk. Interesting. The little quantum bugs. That's art. That's First Night. It's Crusader. That's Microtech. I'm on Microtech. Darn it. Give me Microtech, damn it. Okay, whatever. We'll go to this money base. It's nearly the same distance. And then we'll just figure it out from there. Alright, let me warm it up. So yeah, we do dab hits here for either channel points or sometimes people will buy me tips on Tangent Court. And yeah, we will get high. I tried F2, it was broken. It wasn't locking in. So you gotta do something other than F2 it. You're drawing up plans for a 9-minute eye? Good luck. I mean, sincerely, good luck. Like, maybe they'll take it. They've definitely hired random people before. Wait, that's not right. Music? Give me my music, darn it. I would love a sword in Star Citizen. Like, they have normal ones, then super rare collectible ones. They have a katana on show at Wikilo's. It's just not usable and obtainable. They gotta give us the katana. And then lots of cool katanas with like, you know, fancy scabbards and whatever. Mass Effect did have some good weapons. We played Mass Effect 1 and 2 on a channel. We haven't done Mass Effect 3 yet, but we will be eventually. Anyway, the damn pit is ready. And it's time to get high, so cheers everyone. I keep hitting the dab as much as I can for 30 seconds.
Ooh, piece of candy.
But we will eventually get that darn sword. They gave us the crossbow. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the crossbow's in the game now. That's amazing. And welcome Sublime Druid. My original first MMO character was a druid. Let's see, Echo says, I agree with the jetpack thing. I'd like to see more flight methods too, like blimps. I'd like to see helicopters. Imagine helicopters. Right? Imagine like you land your Polaris and then like an attack helicopter comes out. That'd be amazing. Blimps. Blimps seem kind of like a... I mean... it's hard to imagine why you would use a blimp, but I would love it too. Like, might as well. Give us things that are not very effective. People would love to have access to, like, old spacecraft, even if they're not very effective or much harder to use. Just give it to us, you know? Hey there, Papa Mouse, welcome. Welcome, welcome. And parachutes? We're definitely gonna get parachutes sooner or later. We've seen marketing pictures, especially from Origin, with parachuting. I think, well, I mean, we need it for the ejector seats when you're in atmosphere. But it seems like the kind of thing that they're sort of implying that you'd use it at like a luxury world. You know, there's gonna be a certain pleasure planet, and then like you go there and like you do parachuting for fun. Let's see, Shepard says, I think they need to make ships that can't leave atmosphere, but are a lot of fun to use for just planet-side stuff. Exactly. Especially because, well, this will come once we have base building, but once you can like have your own base, like at some far out remote place, you know, you're gonna want to like have all your cool ships around it and enjoy them and play around with them. You know, yeah, not everything needs to have space travel. Again, give me helicopters. I think that would be amazing. You know, give me my hunter attack chopper. Give me a Black Hawk of some kind. Then maybe, like, the advantage of those helicopters could be that they have got like such a small signature in terms of energy that they're able to like be much more stuffy. You know, the Dune Throctor. That thing's pretty cool. Echo says, I remember seeing a cool video talking about how if helium was cheaper, huge blimps for cargo on a planet were actually super efficient. I mean, in reality, technically, sure. I mean, it makes sense, right? Being able to simply release or condense some additional hydrogen, or even just change the temperature of the hydrogen, that allows you to go up and down, basically. So temperature, just being able to change the temperature to be able to fly is way more efficient than burning fuel. That's correct, obviously, right? But the thing is that if hydrogen is that efficient to get, if it's that easy to get, then you might as well burn it. I mean, why not? You could be way faster with it. Both starting and stopping. And hydrogen does not leave any negative byproducts when burned. So... Oh yeah, we're at a mining station. Wonder we... Okay, wait. One microtech. Okay, I think so. We're in the center of the. Oh wait, never mind.
Ooh, piece of candy.
But anyway, it's working now. Let's care but to microtech. And thanks for the follow there, Tuck Tonight. Nice name. Ready to tuck into the stars. Let's see, Pablo says, this is the first time I've seen anyone using one of the luxury ships. I can only dream of them with my typical gameplay loop. Yeah, I mean, they are pricey and it's hard to justify them, you could say. Although this ship will be very useful with the remake. But currently it's not that useful. But it will be eventually. It will be a very, very good ship to have. But who knows when that rework is. Hopefully next year. I'm looking for the marker for the city of New Babbage. And I'm not seeing it, so let's just manually do it. Or automatically do it. You download Star Citizen for the first time right now? Did you just buy it? You should try to use a referral code. Because you get bonuses with that. Here's mine at the top of the stream. If it's within a short frame, you can definitely email support and tell them that you want to have that applied to your account. If you just got it. But it will get you more starting credits. So, if you just bought it, I would definitely try to copy that down and email them and say, hey, oh, I meant to put this in. Please apply this to my account. Let's see, Shepard says, I got to see the Goodyear blimp. Oh, yes. I've seen that many times over the years. Yeah, blimps are kind of cool, but like I say, they're kind of slow though, right? So like, they're very environmentally friendly, but they take a lot of gas, a lot of hydrogen, or helium. You can apply it 24 hours after the account is made without a ticket. Oh, nice. So yeah, definitely find where that is on the website and apply it before it's too late. And thanks, Nargo, for that info. Papa says my typical loop is scavenging. Scavenging is good. Funny, relaxing to do, unless I am rammed again while salvaging. Well, imagine you're salvaging and it's like, it's somebody's ship and they're like coming back for the items, but it's like, too late, salvaged. What I find really relaxing a lot of times is doing ROC mining. The ROC is like a little vehicle, like a car with like a little mining arm, and you like mine the
Ooh,
rocks
piece of
on the
candy.
surface. It's really relaxing to do it, honestly. And it's nothing but pure profit. Just like scavenging. And thank you for the follow there, Papa Mouse. Yeah, my advice to you, Tak, tonight is try not to spend too much on chips. I mean real world money on chips. It's better to try to earn them in game rather than just buying them outright. Because buying them outright can remove a lot of your desire to play the game. And there's really not much need. The only things that you can't buy typically are things that are brand new that they've just released. They sort of keep it as like an exclusive for real money payers, just to try to encourage a little bit of pledge money. But after a few months, everything comes in game for everybody to just buy with in-game currency. Okay, and we are thirsty. One of the neat things about this game is that there's a full holistic sort of drinking, eating sort of gameplay. And if you see here, it has several different things to it, right? It has a contents amount, so you can drink just part of your drink and save the rest of it. It's got a hydration amount, it's got a nutrition amount, and then it has side effects. Some food side effects are good, some are bad. Also, it can be a little bit slow starting out, Tuck. It's good to find people to play with. Today I'm just sort of playing alone on stream, although usually I'm happy for any viewers to join me. You can't stop me, Game Hatch. But if you join the Discord, we have a lot of people who play regularly. And they're all friendly. You should definitely, jump in. Just do !Discord if you're interested. And it's free for anybody to join. Or you can join during one of our streams. Usually if we have enough people, we fly the Polaris. Have you guys all seen the Polaris before? Yeah, feel free. Go right ahead, Shepherd. I'll accept next time I'm in there. Or if it comes in game, I'll accept it. And as you can see, even my AI self actually responded to you. But yeah, welcome Game Match. And you guys can see I actually have a full model too. And I could even bend forward. You live step aside, citizen. So yeah, oh yeah, let me eat the sandwich too. Delicious. Okay, let's swap ships a little bit. I'm too classy to be Phillian. We could fly the M80. Asgard's a great ship. Yeah, why not? We'll pull the M80. Oh yeah, this is jazzy music, yeah. All this citizen talk makes you want to jump in, Ark? That I understand. There should be a gun in those sleeves. How do you know there isn't? And it's not being concealed. But no, I think Filiana is a great streamer. What's my handle in game? It's I believe it's Sarah Scarlet. Yeah, it's right here. And it should be the same for both the account and player name. Man, this shit. So cool. Eventually we'll be able to manually grab the hose and like fuel like our ship ourselves. That's probably what you'll do like down at your like your private the private base in the state. You probably have to like manually plug in your refueling hose. It's crazy that how the ship looks like so colorful and stuff. It's interesting. Also, the ship is still missing its fire extinguisher, which is supposed to be right here. Let's see. No, I mean, I've tried every single ship in the game step. I've tried them all. Dmash says, I think the issue with SC is that the dev can't imagine what could be the future, and this is the reason why they can't finish base development of the game. No. So, how do I say it? Since the very beginning, they've theory crafted what they wanted to build for the game. But what changed was how much money came in. Okay? So much money came in that the main director of the game, Chris Roberts, I guess he got, pardon the pun, but he got stars in his eyes. And then he was like, oh, we can make it even bigger. The project should be even grander than this original take. So like originally, for example, let's get our missiles just in case. Originally, you're not going to be able to manually land on planets. It would have been an automated animation, and then bam, you're down at the station. That was the original plan for the game when it was originally kickstarted. Obviously, we've gone so far above and beyond that. The problem has come that over time, they've gone, oh, we need to add this. And then they have to go back and like add it to everything. And they're like, oh, we should add this. And they have to go back and add it to everything. They've done that a bunch. Now with base building, the biggest issue and problem, there's a few issues and problems that they're solving. One is the UI element. They need a UI that does not break certain things and is reliable. They need it to be in a system that's limited so that they can limit the size of your claim and demonstrate that in a way that's easy and intuitive for the player to understand. And they need to balance and figure out where the balance is. They need to balance the cost of constructing these buildings and the revenue they're able to generate. They can't give us base building until they've done those three things. And part of that is solving bugs where, two people's claims might be close, or people might be able to use a system to build in places they're not supposed to be able to build. And they also are trying to figure out like how it's going to be in a system that lets me both maybe freeform but also grid-based. Because the problem is that if it's too freeform, then you could end up with weird gaps of space that can't be claimed because they're irregular or whatever. I mean, there's just so much that goes into planning and figuring these things out. Quite frankly, we should all be very impressed that we're even where we are. So we'll get base building, and then once we do, I feel like the game is going to become way more popular. There'll be much more reason to do things. Like right now, there's reason to do things so that you can earn ships and get, cool weapons and armor and experiences. But you need to be able to build towards something larger. Somewhere where you can plant our roots. And that's what we're gonna get with base building. But they have to be really careful because they don't want to just make something and then be like, oops, we need to change this, and then rip it out of everyone's hands, right? You don't want to suddenly give people the ability to invest another 100, 500 hours into the game only for that to then get deleted because they made a minor mistake and they need to change something fundamental. So they're being really careful to take care of everything fundamental before they give it to us so that we don't lose any effort, any time, and we don't feel annoyed by it. By the way, you guys like my paint job? Look at this super stealth paint job. I love it. I'm like a stealth fighter. So I love the color of the flames on his ship. From like the light blue to like the dark bluish purple. Nice. Oh, yeah, the original Levski. I remember the original Levski as well. I miss having it in the system. It was a nice little extra place to stop by. Okay, hold on 1 second. And I have a quick call. Okay, I was nothing. Just my grandmother worried that our kitty didn't have his food, but he does. He's just meowing at her for other reasons. Let's see, what'd you guys say? Steven said no issues where to put everyone. Well, the universe is huge. These planets are huge. And the original plan was to have 100 planets. These planets are genuinely huge. If we get like even like a 10th of that, if we have 10 like planets that are safe planets, 10 safe planets, that's already so much space. It's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom just how much space is between the two edges of my screen right now, looking at the planet. These are giant mountain ranges down there. The worlds are vast, so there's plenty of space, and we're gonna be able to have space stations too eventually. Let's see what else she has to say. Veltigus is very impressed with what's been done. Many of the things they're adding have been planned for a long time. Is it taking forever? Yes. 100% yes. They've theory crafted all this stuff long ago. They've spent probably 1,000 hours in various like meetings and discussion groups and everything, just trying to figure everything out. If there's one thing they've done, it's discuss options over and over and over and over and over. Alice AJ says it's sick. The game is sick, and the ship is very sick with that paint job. Yes. I hope player-made cities will be a real thing. Yes, they will. They absolutely will. When we get the ability to do that, we're gonna make our own for sure. Everyone will have their own house, you know? We'll be able to have our own group, and then we can build up resources together to eventually make ships for people. And maybe eventually make a space station. We'll get there eventually. How did they come up with the name Levski? That is a good question. That feels like a Jared interview question, you know? They're probably, in fact, that probably exists as an interview question somewhere. In some old Jared video somewhere. Ridge says, we just got a cat yesterday. And I just had to go on a wild cat chase trying to find him. Yeah, cats are sneaky creatures. But my cat loves me so much, I'll just call to him and he'll come to me. He rides on my shoulders. He obeys my commands. We understand each other. Part of that, though, is the fact that I'm lucky to have a Siamese cat. And that's something also I want to have in Star Citizen, cats. We gotta have our space cats. Alright, let's do a quick old traditional boarding mission. A90 jump mission. Let's see, Papa Mouse says we do have turtles if you're lucky enough to find them. Yeah, turtles also kind of like to just chill and, you know, do their own thing. Absolutely. You're still waiting for the Argos Street Sweeper, the Raptor. Well, if we get enough referrals, eventually we'll have one. I can just imagine like pulling it out and like picking up all like the cans and bottles that people leave everywhere. We might actually need to use it someday to like clean up our base. You bit the bullet and upgraded to the Taurus. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. The Constellation series are great ships. And they're definitely gonna get a rework. So if you're at all worried about like the interior of it, don't worry, it will get reworked. Instantly destroyed. I don't remember there usually being two ships here. Especially one of them being an industrial one, but oh well. Yeah, instead of jousting with your M80, in case that's what you're doing, you should really get in close and just use your maneuverability to outmaneuver. And try to stay tight on your opponent so they can't undo it. If you're really interested in dogfighting, you guys should check out a creator by the name of Avenger 1. He's done a lot of good videos on it, with graphics showing, like, exactly what you need to learn. Oh, this thing is chunky. Now, I sort of favor the dual loadout because you're really meant to like lower shields and then use the ballistics, but I'm just being lazy like most people are this patch. Currently ballistics are so OP. Especially ballistic cannon. And if you are dogfighting somebody, you definitely want to put them on the vertical axis. Generally, your ships can go up and down faster than they can go left and right. So you want to take advantage of that. Come on. Why not try to fight me with an industrial ship anyway? Makes no sense. Hey, they've taken so much damage Probably their system stopped working, and that's why they stopped moving. Anyway, on to our objective. Let's see, what do you guys have to say? Yeah, rate fighting, right. Because your rate of turn is better than their rate of turn. Bang! They should make the Vandul deathly afraid of cats. I think that would be awesome. That'd be a really cool little reference. Just be careful, Lulu. The thing is that referral vehicles can't be melted. They can only be upgraded to something more expensive. So usually, you want to be very careful about using or upgrading a ship that's something that's unmeltable. Yeah, Taurus are still powerful. I mean, they've got powerful gunning on them. It's just that the interior of the ship hasn't been updated in so long. And there's so many other newer things to sort of experience. But once it gets its rework and updates, you'll see plenty of people flying it again. Do I use joysticks for flying? Currently, I'm on a mouse and keyboard right now. But I have 2 joysticks. You can see them in my computer stats down below. But I use, I favor 2, BKB joysticks. Just straight up and down ones. I don't recommend the Omni Throttle. I've used them a lot, and honestly, they allow you to fly better with more control. But I just often get lazy because oops, need a helmet? Little bit of an issue. Well, what could I do myself? Oh wait, it's because I'm in the non-basic mode. Oh shit, the transmission's going. So there's a bonus mission here, by the way, where you stop a hacking device. But it is a bonus, so it isn't strictly required.
Letting him escape is unacceptable. Damn it, they'll get away.
We're taking casualties. Here we go.
This ain't gonna end well for you.
Friendly down.
So yeah, I often get lazy, especially because there's so many buttons on it, and sometimes I forget how to do certain things. There's a member of the community, Subliminal, who's made some really fancy keybind layout. If you're really interested in getting into that kind of thing. I'm looking for the hacking device, by the way. I don't think it's ever up here. No, I guess not. Why wouldn't I recommend the Omni Throttle? So, what is the point of a joystick? the point is to give you enhanced control. You have more enhanced control with your hands in the same orientation, straight up and down. I would say yes.
Got a problem. Here we go.
The whole reason that they make the Omni throttle is because people often like. There we go, we got it. People often like to have something that's similar to like a real world equivalent, and like atmospheric planes just have a forward and backward throttle, right? So you just push it forward or backward, and that sort of makes sense that it's like a flat surface, right? Like, you know, like it's a horizontal joystick, because you just push it with your palm forward or backward, right? If you have it straight up and down, it's much more natural to go left or right, forward and backward. The way that I use my joysticks is that my left joystick is for thrusting in all different directions, and then my right joystick is for rotating in all different directions. And it's very easy for your brain to capture that and use it if they're both sitting straight up. If it's a weird omni throttle on the side, going side to side is doable, but it kind of is a little bit weird. It's not as natural. You'll see, like in the 600i that we were flying, or the M80, I think, that it uses 2 up and down sticks. It makes sense in space to just have that kind of configuration. So the only reason to go for the Omni throttle is if you're like looking for that nostalgic sort of energy of like a classic, you know, jet fighter or something, or like a jet plane, and you just have your throttle, you know? Because in that case, then it's kind of weird to have a stick, right? Like, why is it sticking straight up? But even so, I mean, it still makes sense. Think about like a train. A train doesn't use a horizontal joystick for going forward and backward, generally. It's like an upright sort of lever that goes forward to back. So, the only reason, again, to use the Omni throttle is if you're looking for like some sort of classic vintage feel, but it's not the smarter layout in my opinion. Yeah, Subliminal. I did Xenothreat one time with Subliminal and his viewers on an 890 I bought in game. We were doing Xenothreat, and he and everyone were standing on the outside of the ship on the landing platform, and they were all holding like rocket launchers and railguns as we like flew past like 2 Idrises. Good times, good times. And yes, Game Hatch, I know that not many people have a third Ripper. It's quite pricey. Echo says, I prefer the Omni throttle. I think the key is to think about your control setup. I use a left-hand twist for throttle. That's weird. That is very weird. Almost nobody does that. So first of all, you're using it in a very unique way, just so you know. But yeah, it's just a $15 replacement. I do recommend getting the deluxe one, and it comes with the different springs. So most guys seem to tend to prefer using the heavy springs.
Ooh, piece of candy.
I like to use the light springs. It's the lightweight springs, so I can just put like a very light push to go where I need to go. Welcome, CERN. Shiro. If you're not very, like, confident that you're doing this mission, you can come here and actually register your resurrection imprint here. And you'll keep resurrecting on this ship for the mission. But we're not going to do that. Let's see. Reg says, I just want something to help me find the buttons. I have trouble with finding key combinations. Like Control, I, or R, Alt, Stroll Lock, Numeric, Pad, 6, whatever. Yeah. That's a difficult one. There's so many buttons in this game that it's like, how do you remember it all, right? There really isn't any kind of trick to it. The best thing to do, I mean, you could just take a subliminal setup and then like try to print out his button chart and like put it on the wall or something. But I would say the best thing to do is actually, when you're customizing the controls, and yes, it takes a bunch of time, but you have to go through the controls and bind things and figure out what makes sense to you. What would I do with this thumb button here? Right? You can look to see what Subliminal did, but then you should ask yourself, what would I do? And you should generally do whatever you naturally would think that you would do. And if you do it that way, then you'll very naturally and very quickly sort of memorize what everything does on your joysticks. By the way, if you guys are looking for a piece of unique clothing, do this mission and then get this jacket. You can't buy this jacket anywhere in game. Very fancy, but it only works for men. So I'm gonna ignore it. I love that this place has its own executive kitchen and everything. I used to give tours of this ship and explaining like the design philosophy. I will do that in a second. At least we'll explain one thing. That was awkward. I went down the steps, but I had 0 ammo. Okay, so the way this ship works, in my humble opinion, is that you're meant to sort of board actually from the hangar bay. It does have a dock, but most people and staff are meant to go and come from the hangar bay. You're meant to have like a private valet who valets people onto the ship. Okay, once you're onto the ship, you have 2 doors. I mean, yes, you have a 3rd one, but ignore this. You have the staff entrance, and then you have the guest entrance, okay? So if you're staff, you go here, which immediately leads up to, you know, the staff bedrooms and everything. The kitchens and all that. If you're a guest, then you come and you wait in the waiting room. This is a waiting lounge for 2 reasons. It's for waiting to be seen by the doctor, because it's typically standard procedure to be checked out medically before like a flight. So you get checked out, or you get put in the system, registered in the system, and then you get to go off and do your own thing. Go take the elevator up to the the luxury areas. Also, let's say you're waiting to get valeted away. You wait here, and then when the valet comes back, now you're ready to go and take your flight. Yes, so what you're talking about is what's known as the battle bridge. Okay, move on. Let's run around over here. So again, that side is basically the crew side, or sorry, the guest side. And this is the crew side. Okay. So here in the crew side, right from the kitchens and like a stone's throw away from the crew bedroom, is the battle bridge. Now, what is the battle bridge? It's not a CIC. A CIC is a command information chamber or whatever. But actually, this is a full battle bridge because you have full control of the ship from here. So the idea is that in battle, in serious battle, the main bridge may become compromised. Why would it become compromised? Well, let's take a look. If the door will cooperate. This ship needs a rework. It doesn't have buttons around the doors and everything. Oh yeah, by the way, this is where the staff who are like waiting on the people in the restaurant, they come here to put in the orders to the downstairs to prepare the food. So that's why that exists right there. And then these are the restaurant bathrooms. But if we come up to the very top here, you notice first of all this area has tons of windows everywhere, right? Tons of windows. So the idea is that if the bridge gets damaged because of the glass and whatnot becomes compromised, it actually has a secondary place from which the ship can be commanded. So the idea is that this area can be attacked or maybe even overcome with enemies. And in such a scenario, you have a secondary area from which you can control the ship and, maneuver in battle without being affected. I want to see more ships with battle bridges, actually. I'm just sad we haven't seen more of it. And Haven Soup Heaven? Haven? Or, that is heaven, isn't it? I don't know. I'm stoned. Either way, welcome, Soup. Also, take a look. You can find games in here now. And not only can you pick up the pieces, you can actually pick up the entire board and take it with you. Didn't mean to do that one. There we go, you can just take it with you. And the placement of the chips moves with it as well. So that's checkers, and they also have chess here. So if you want chess on your ship, it's just that easy. Just that easy. Oh, another thing you probably didn't know about this ship. These areas here. You might have thought to yourself, well, why don't we have some nice like window or something? What's with this just plain crappy wall? And we'll look over here again as well. Same thing, right? Actually, what's meant to happen is that you're meant to be able to use your computer and set up whatever background you want. You want to be in a jungle? You could have like a jungle background. You want a nice sunset scene? You can have a sunset scene. You want to see the space and stars? You can. So that's actually how that's meant to work. It's meant to be one big screen. And then of course we haven't gone there because there's generally no need, but there's also of course the executive suite. As you would call it, the master suite. Now, traditionally, you would expect that this would be the captain's chambers, but in reality, this may not be the captain's chambers, but the ship owner's chambers. Now, you might think the ship captain would be the ship owner, but, you know, given the way that, you know, politics and money works, that's not always the case. But generally, the idea is that, you know, the captain has a view of behind the ship, and if something comes out of hyperspace and starts attacking the ship, the captain's gonna know immediately. It's also very traditional for a captain to have their own mess hall. The captain typically doesn't eat with the rest of the crew. In fact, officers in general have their own area besides the enlisted crew. This is where the captain and maybe some trusted officers might come and eat, away from the main crew. And again, this area is meant to be a screen that you can change. And then you can see even from the bed, like the captain can kind of get a quick look outside to see if some shit is going down. Look at this curved TV. I love all the little electrical details. I love, of course, the little mini model of the ship. But yeah, that's the 890, and even the light here. This is the Origin logo. So you find that Origin has put their mark in the ship in so many different secret little mini ways. So I do love the 890 jump. It's just kind of useless in game right now. Now you own one of these, Shepard? Well, now you know. Like I said, I used to do tours of the ship and explain everything to like new owners for like, you know, millions of credits. Personalized tour. Hey, don't joke. Think about how much describing and talking I just did just about this ship. For somebody to have that on demand, that's what you pay for, you know? The wealthy pay, and then they get the luxury. That's how it works. Wolzer says, people can still use the main bridge though. Yes, and that's mainly because, again, this ship was made not only very long ago, but back when they weren't even finishing features. So it's an unfinished feature. Since then, CIG's new policy now is that they don't intend to release any ship without all of its features. Now that's still not 100% the case, but they're getting way closer to that. They don't want to release things that are only half finished. She's pledged, but in game you're super broke. I think that's fine. So some people have this philosophy, right, of like buy money-making ships and then just make money to get the luxury ships that you want. I take a different view. I say buy the few ships that you really want, that you want to always have. The Nautilus is not out. And the Idris, they gave it to us because the Squadron 42 version is like super complete. I mean, not complete for the players to use the theater or whatever. But it is fairly complete. And yeah, the pilot augmented reality systems are not there. But it's fairly complete, and people got tired of them holding it back, considering how complete it was. So, you can't get mad at them for that. They gave people what they were asking for. If anything, you should be like pointing out, like, look, CIG listens. Okay? That's not a negative. And the Nautilus is not out. So, again, why is it not out? Because it's not ready. The gameplay's not ready. They can bash out a ship with the size and the rooms and everything. You know, just have it as a combat ship. But why do that? Everyone's gonna point out that it's not done, and they're tired of getting schooled on that point, you could say. Exactly, they're not implemented, so it's not time to get that ship. It's not time to build it. The Reclaimer? God, the Reclaimer needs a lot of love. Although I do like serving aboard the Reclaimer. So, I'm not much of an industrial player. But when I have played aboard the Reclaimer, what I like to do is basically just manage boxes. I let other people run the reclaiming and fly the ship, and I just eject the boxes and line them up. And then I also bring like food and supplies to like staff the like kitchen and whatnot. So that was a fun little mission. Always love a little 890 jump mission. Let's do this one. A little ground action. Wishing it swapped the Argo Bay for a drone bay. I mean, assuming that we can get, or assuming that TIG can get drones to work. Sort of like a non-Ganti on the drones. That's part of another thing that they're working out with the base building. The base is supposed to be buildable with the drones. So they have to figure out drone AI movement and placement and make sure that's all working properly. Let's see, Pablo says, with my current ships, I can only do industrial. I can't even do combat missions if I wanted to. The Golem and the Vulture are not good for combat. That's true, but then you can just buy a combat ship in-game. So you just do a little bit of industrial, and then you buy a combat ship. Do I have any advice on stocking the 890 with supplies, guns, etc.? I mean, 890 is not, you know, a combat ship. That being said, it could operate as a mobile base. So, we're no longer aboard the ship, otherwise I'd show you. But down on the hangar level, there's quite a few these like cupboards. These basically like shelves. They're closed at first, but you open it up and it's got weapon racks for like easily 24 guns. Cargo space, the thing holds tons of cargo space in the back. And it has a medical base, or a medical den. So, the 890 Trump could easily work as like a mobile base. It has PDCs now, I think, too. And it's got some of the best shielding in the game because it's got a capital class shield. It's not as good as a Polaris, but it's still pretty darn good. If you're looking at changing out the turrets, because it doesn't have any player guns at all. I mean any pilot guns. But if you're looking at customizing the turrets, it really depends on what the current meta is. You just pay attention to the current meta. So like right now, the current meta is cannons, and specifically ballistic cannons if we can. So if I were gonna outfit like the E890 to be like a little mobile base, and I want to give it better weapons, then I would give it cannons. Probably laser cannons just because you don't have to go refill them. But ballistic cannons are better. Healer Chaos Kitsune, welcome. Okay, this looks like the one where we go down there and then it'll have like a 60-second timer and then the enemies show up. So we have time. I'm using a little wool binocular there and a space pickle. Don't recommend eating the space pickles. They increase your blood adrenaline level hugely. Like they seem to be drugged pickles. Okay, so I like to start out up top. You know, those idiots are stuck in the elevator. The elevator's probably gonna close and delete them. We're probably not gonna have any backup. Okay, so I kinda like to start in this area over here. And then work my way down and around. Let's see, Reg says, it's been really great and educational watching your stream. I'm gonna log into the game and try to learn to fly. Well, good luck. I wish you the best. And hopefully we'll catch you around. Feel free to stop by and ask questions anytime. Even if I'm playing something else, you can always come and ask some Star Citizen questions. Let's see, Shepard said to Papa. Oh, yeah, using salvage and mining lasers. Yeah, but it's finicky, and you generally need crew to do that too. That's pretty hard to do that with like a prospector. Okay, guys, I need you to. Is your replacing now? Now I need you guys to come out of here, okay? Oh no, the enemy's spawning? Okay, it doesn't look like any enemies are spawning. Okay, well, we'll give it a minute. What ships do I own? So if you join the Discord, we have a fleet ships channel where people will post their picture with their ships. I actually own quite a few. Let's see if I can remember them all. I have the Endeavor, the science ship that hasn't come out and won't until the game is done. I have the Polaris, 600i, 400i, the 125A, 100i. I've got an M80. I've got an X1 hoverbike. I have the Raymond and the Siulin. I have the F7A Mark II. I have the F7 S Super Hornet Mark II in Heartseeker Edition. I don't have Drake ships, that's for one thing. I have what else? I have a Scorpius. I have a C8X Pisces. Is that all? I might be forgetting something,
Ooh,
but
piece of candy.
that's pretty much my collection. Welcome, North Send. Welcome, welcome. And thank you, Gaia, for the Prime. But just as a warning, if
Ooh, piece of candy.
if you're subbing for the Banu puzzle box, I don't think the Prime subs count. You'll have to check, but I don't think they do. Yeah, I used to have a 300 series, but no longer. And I don't have the 890 jump. That thing is expensive. I do have a Polaris, which is expensive, but I got it on sale because of doing CCUs. Cross chassis upgrades. Oh yes, Aegis. Wait, I think it's Aegis. I have the Aegis Asgard. I do have one of those. The Asgard is a great like ship. It's basically based on the Valkyrie. Oh, is it Anvil? Okay. Anvil Asgard then. It's based on the Valkyrie, but it's really good, like just big square storage spaceship. Oh, also I have a Mercury Star Runner. I won that ship in the YouTube giveaway. I named it the Wings of Time. And I own an E1. Although it's not in game yet. So I get an E1 motor. Yeah, I love the MSR. So I love the fact that I want it too, because it's sort of like a homage to the Millennium Falcon, right? And in the lore, Han Solo won his ship. He won it in like a Sabacc game. But still, he won his ship and I won mine. So I kind of feel like connected that way. Oh yeah, and I had such a connection for this ship. So when it came out like at the end of the year, like near IAE one year. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get this ship eventually, sooner or later. And I really like the snow camo paint job, so I'll buy the snow camo paint job. And then like a month later, in January, bam, I won the ship. So that was pretty cool. It was like meant to be. And hopefully, when we up and go and got down, we'll make the enemy spawn. We can only hope. Oh, my shooting at least makes them move around now. Maybe they'll get out of the elevator and then maybe the enemies will come in. Yeah, that's an enemy. Patience is the key. There, we will not want to die. I swear we almost died there.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Should not be doing this in battle, but there we go. Thank you for the follow there, Shadow Clone. Welcome. Okay. Next attack in 40 seconds. We'll get in position this time. Why are they still firing? Oh, they're idiots. What can you say? Where did I get the low light sight? You can get them different places. They're pretty common in Pyro. I haven't seen them lately, but I used to get them from going to, I would go to the distribution centers and just check the crates outside. And if you find like a weapon crate, even if it's a small one, or like an ammo looking crate, they would typically be in there. I have smaller size ones too, like this one. But yeah, you can't buy them, you have to loot them. Next time I'll hit him with a grenade. They added a new kind of like plasma grenade to the game. It's like electrical sort of a grenade. But they're not considered that good. When are you still alive? I even threw two. They didn't even draw their guns. They're like afraid. Oh, they can handle him. Or not. What can we say? The computer's useless. They muted me. This is a new armor, by the way. Once you have the plasma grenades. The plasma grenades look cool. They're just not very effective.
Just making this worse for yourself. You come out now. Take it easy on you.
Yeah, we'll grab a spare. Down the toss mold. Just to show you guys what I mean by them. This is what they look like. And sort of like continually explodes for a minute. It does a lot to us as players. What? No, don't shoot me. I'm innocent. But it doesn't. It seems to be very unreliable about hitting the NPCs. No, don't shoot me. I'm innocent. Actually, we can lay on the medical bed as well. This is a free healing if you're doing one of these bunkers. Yeah, looking cool is 50% of the game, that's true. If you get injured, there's medical bays here now. I was just using it for the free hydration. So yeah, there's many times where things look glitched in this game. Be patient. Patience is the key. Like, the server can be bogged down. Just give it time to get through what it needs to get through. You know? That's a big lesson with this game. Somebody else would have been like, "Up, it's bugged," and then just left. Wooden jump works. Would I like a battle buddy? Actually, I'm just about to get off. I think there we go. I started a little bit late, so it's a little bit shorter of a stream. It's only been 6.5 hours, but that's still a pretty long stream. For most people. And I could use my break. Nope. My camera's getting weird and finicky. Probably because it's getting so dark in my room. And I don't have my light on. 1 second. Yeah, it was wigging out. Needed more light. Okay, now that we're in space, I'm gonna do one of the neat things with the ship, and that is use the bed. An old bed lockout. Look at his fancy bed. Well, I think I'm in combat still. I'm not in combat. Lead game, come on. Well, we'll hang out in bed for a minute while I... Oops. We'll get back in bed in a second. Let me just see who we might raid.
Bro.
Okay, let's see. It was my tracking again. I don't know why it's being so finicky. Let's see. How about Phantom Yosha? I guess Taco must not be on. Is he on? Yeah, he's offline right now. Okay, well, we're gonna raid another VTuber then. English, VTuber playing Star Citizen. So if you guys are willing, just hang out a second and we'll raid them. But I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you guys will catch me next time. Yeah, of course I was thinking of you, Taco. Why is my camera being so weird right now? I don't know. But it's a sign. It's a sign that the stream needs to end. So, thank you all again for coming and being a part of the stream. I really couldn't stream without you guys, and it means the world to me, honestly. So I hope you guys will have a wonderful evening. And normally I'd be streaming on Wednesday, but I'm going to be taking Wednesday off. So Taco, I am actually going to be streaming on Friday. So we can potentially connect after you're done with what you're done with. Alright? Anyway, I'll message you about it later. But I won't be here Wednesday, but normally I do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we do Star Citizen on Mondays and Wednesdays. But you should definitely come on Fridays. This Friday is a little bit different, but usually I collab with the Devil Taco, and we have an amazing time. So, hope to catch you there for one of those. But anyway, have a good night, everyone. Bye!